The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Ms. Rebalancing.
Good morning, Commissioners. This morning we will hear from Professor Mavunwe Maple and Dr. Carl Andreasen on the topic of postvention. After a short break, we will have a lived experience witness, SY5, and after lunch, the lunch and adjournment, we will have a Mr. Jeff Evans, and then followed by a short break and a closing.
Thank you.
May I call those witnesses, please? So Ms. Mavunwe Maple and Dr. Carl Andreasen.
Professor Maple, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence that you will give will be nothing but the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Dr. Anderson, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Operator, please would you display the tender bundle list for Professors Maple and Dr. Andreasen? So, Commissioners, you'll see here that at documents 1 to 2 and thereafter 17 to 18, they're the brief biographies and the curricula vitae for our experts. And then at documents 3 to 16 and 19 to 28 constitute various publications suggested by the experts on the topic of postvention and related topics. And additionally, from documents 29 onwards, there are various other papers relevant to those topics that you may wish to consider. I'll proceed first to ask Professor Maple some questions by way of introduction, and thereafter Dr. Andreasen, and turn then to the topic of postvention. Professor Maple, you are the Professor of Social Work and a Director of the Regional Australian Mental Health Research Training Institute, and the Discipline Lead for Social Work and Community Services in the Faculty of Medicine and Health at the University of New England. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And are you the Deputy Chair of the National Suicide Prevention Research Fund?
Yes.
From 2015 to 2021, were you the co-chair of the International Association of Suicide Prevention Bereavement and Postvention Special Interest Group?
Yes.
And from 2019 to 2020, were you a member of the Prime Minister's Suicide Prevention Advisors Expert Advisory Group?
Yes, that's right.
And from 2013 to 2018, were you a member-elected Director of Suicide Prevention Australia?
Yes.
Are you also an applied suicide intervention skills trainer, delivering suicide intervention skills in rural and remote communities?
Yeah.
And in 2005, did you obtain your PhD from the University of New England on the thesis of parental portraits of suicide, narrating the loss of a young adult child?
Yes.
And since obtaining that PhD, has your research focused on trauma and loss, in particular looking at things such as the impact of suicide and help-seeking behaviours following suicide?
Yes, that's
Thank you,
correct.
Professor Maple. Dr. Andreasen, are you a Senior Research Fellow at the Centre for Mental Health in the Melbourne School of Population and Global Health at the University of Melbourne?
Yes, that's correct.
And are you also an adjunct senior lecturer at the School of Psychiatry at the University of New South Wales?
Yes, I am.
And a research fellow at the KU Leuven, University of Leuven, Belgium?
Yes,
In 1985, did you obtain a Bachelor in Social Work at the University of College of Antwerp in Belgium?
that's true. Yes,
And in 2006, did you obtain a Masters of Suicidology at the Griffith University in Brisbane?
yes, correct.
And in 2018, did you obtain a PhD in the School of Psychiatry at the University of New South Wales?
Yes,
And are you presently a board member of Postvention Australia, the National Association for the Bereaved?
yes, that's true.
Were you the co-founder and chair for some 14 years of the Special Interest Group on Suicide Bereavement of the International Association of Suicide Prevention?
Yes, correct.
And are you the author of the handbook Postvention in Action, the International Handbook of Suicide Bereavement Support?
Well, author is maybe not completely correct. I would say the leading editor, but otherwise is correct, yes.
And author of some chapters in that handbook.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Andreasen. Might I turn first to the topic of nomenclature in the area of postvention, and I might direct the first question to Professor Maple. Postvention is perhaps a term that is unfamiliar to many. Might you explain it and other relevant terms in the field to give some understanding to the audience and the commissioners?
Sure. So it's probably useful to think about the way that suicide prevention is on a continuum or a trajectory, so that we can understand where postvention sits. So obviously suicide prevention refers to all of the activities to prevent suicide, and that might be across the general population or very targeted to people at high risk. So that's where we think about prevention, and then intervention, where somebody might be at risk, might have attempted suicide, and so we're intervening to move that trajectory. A newer term is around aftercare, which is really following on from somebody having attempted suicide and the sorts of supports that we provide to somebody at that time, in that immediate period after the suicide attempt, which is a period of particularly high risk. And then we move into suicide, bereavement, and postvention. So obviously bereavement refers to the grief and loss that's associated with losing somebody who you knew or cared about, or a family member who has died by suicide. And then postvention, which is not a very familiar term, I would say, in the general public, is really about the supports and services that we might put in place to help support people who are grieving the loss of somebody who has died by suicide.
Thank you. And Dr. Andreasen, do you have anything to add to that topic?
No, I agree with what Professor Maple just said.
Thank you. And might you explain the importance or the relevance of properly delineating these various terms in the field?
Yeah, so I guess from a researcher point of view, it's really important, because we need to know what it is that we're researching and be really clear about the group of people that we're looking at. And of course, across this field, like many others, people will have multiple experiences. So we need to be really clear about who it is that we're looking at and why we're looking at that particular issue for that group of people. For service providers, it's really important so that they know what it is that the population they're trying to provide services to, and the sorts of needs that those people might have. But I think one of the complications is that in the general population, these terms might not be well known and might be rather talked about as suicide prevention more broadly, which is okay. But what it does mean is that if somebody's trying to find the right service or support for themselves, it might be very difficult if the words aren't familiar, or if the way in which they come to understand the different labels might not be very clear. So there is definitely importance in understanding the different terminology, and certainly the more that we use the terminology, the more familiar it will become to the general population, and therefore obviously help facilitate help seeking, as well as, you know, as researchers, when we put out calls for participants, that people are really clear about what it is that we're aiming to do and why we're doing it.
Thank you very much. Now, a question for Dr. Andreasen. Obviously enough, suicide bereavement is a key focus of postvention. Might you explain to the commissioners and to those who are listening the difference between suicide bereavement and other types of loss or bereavement?
Yeah, well, thank you for the question, because I agree it's an important issue, and it has been debated a lot over the decades, that suicide bereavement has been researched and that services have been provided. And originally, it was thought more or less that suicide bereavement must be different from other types of bereavement because of the connotation with suicide and potential stigma, or the connotation with mental health or mental illness. And this concern or this view about suicide bereavement being different from other types of bereavement was mostly voiced in particular by people bereaved by suicide who felt different from other people who had uh, lost someone close by other types of death. And the view was also shared by, for example, clinicians who work with people bereaved by suicide and also focused on the particularities of suicide bereavement. But the research over the decades has shown more and more that there are actually many commonalities across different types of bereavement. And there are many generic grief reactions, grief characteristics, such as, for example, feelings of sadness, sorrow, emotional pain, longing to be reunited with a deceased person, who are found across different types of the different modes of bereavement. And the research actually also do not provide any evidence or any consistent evidence that grief processes or grief duration would be different across different types of death or different types of bereavement. And um, at the introduction, you refer to our book, Postvention in Action. And if you would have a copy of the book, or maybe I can show it, I have it here. On page 9 in the book, there is a figure that actually depicts more or less what differences or similarities there can be between suicide bereavement and other types of bereavement. I don't know if I can clearly show it. No, probably it's not very clear. But it actually shows that a model with 4 concentric circles, and the outer circle includes grief characteristics that are found across all types of bereavement. For example, sadness, sorrow, etc. In the second circle, smaller circle, depicts the characteristics that can be found or can be observed in people who are bereaved after unexpected types of deaths. For example, feelings of shock, sense of unreality can be commonly seen in people who experience unexpected deaths. And then in the third, bit smaller circle, those are the bereavement characteristics that are found mostly after violent types of deaths. These are trauma-related characteristics. For example, shattered illusions about safety, about relationships, concepts of the world that are shattered through the violent nature of that. And then the smallest, the inner circle, are characteristics that are more pronounced, more typical, found in bereavement after suicide. For example, feelings of anger towards the deceased person, feelings of abandonment, feelings of rejection, which are more typical but maybe not necessarily unique for people bereaved by suicide. And I like this model with these concentric circles a lot, because it is a very didactic way of showing how different modes of bereavement can relate to each other, how they overlap, but also where there are more distinct features that are found in people bereaved by suicide.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andreasen. And might I move to another topic, and that is to the topic of contagion. I might ask Professor Maple to explain that, because I understand that is an aspect of suicide bereavement. Perhaps you could provide a little detail about that, please.
Sure. So in terms of contagion, there's the way in which I guess a simple way to think about contagion is the way in which somebody might identify with somebody who's died by suicide and, for lack of a better term, copycat those behaviours. When we think about contagion, we think about links in time and place. So often following on from a suicide, where we think about a clustering of events, it would be in close proximity of time to an event, and that often happens where, for example, a media personality or somebody who has a large social media following, for example, may die by suicide, and people who are not necessarily connected with that person, who might be geographically dispersed, but within close time proximity, might also end their life or attempt to end their life. Then there's a point cluster, which is much closer in nature. So that's both in terms of time proximity and place proximity. And so what we see there is if a person dies by suicide and people who are closely located with that person. So we might see that in school settings, institutional settings, where people have very close relationships, even though they might not be related to the person. And so that's where we see that suicide moves from one person to another. We don't really know why. We know that there is something around this identification with the person who died. Obviously, suicide is multifactorial, it's complex phenomena, and each individual person leading up to that point has a myriad of different reasons for getting to that point. However, at that point, if there's somebody else who they identify with, that might put them at further risk and might move them into acting on that intent to die. And so it's a difficult concept to try and understand and to work out those links between people, because obviously after somebody's died, it's very hard to, even with notes that are often left behind, to really understand why that person died, their reasons for it. And to add to Carl's point around what's different with suicide bereavement, really is around this understanding why somebody acted like they did. So from a contagion point of view and clusters of suicide, we do know that some things might enhance the number of people who are thinking about suicide, and that's particularly around media reporting. There's a lot of evidence around media reporting of suicide and safe media reporting to reduce that risk across people who do have that identification with the person who has died by suicide.
Thank you. And if it's an issue of identification, does it mean then, picking up on something you said earlier, that it's not always time bound? So you may not see another suicide closely proximate to the first.
Yeah, that's right. So the evidence around contagion and cluster is quite limited to time proximity. But what we look at in suicide bereavement research is really about what this exposure to somebody's death means over a longer term as well. So we don't know, we know some things that might increase vulnerability to thinking about suicide, might increase distress following on from exposure to suicide, but we don't know the triggers other than when we look at the cluster and contagion literature, which does talk much more about that close time proximity. So it's very complex, and it's because we don't have, it's essentially a needle in a haystack. Suicide is thankfully quite statistically rare, and trying to link those suicide deaths is quite difficult. And we don't know where to look next. So we need to think much more broadly about what sorts of distress is there in the community following on from a suicide death. And that community will be different depending on every person who dies, that community that is around them.
And given those particular complications, does it mean that postvention itself is not necessarily bound just to the moment of crisis, but can in fact be, and perhaps should be, a longer term intervention or assistance?
Yeah, that's right. And as Carl pointed out, there's the trauma type responses and the shock responses. So early days, there's definitely responses around practicalities as well as those dealing with that trauma response. But over a longer period of time, the sort of the trying to understand and meaning making, we do see that people that are struggling with understanding why the person took their life are going to be much more likely to ruminate on that over longer periods, and that does increase their likelihood of adverse outcomes from that exposure to that suicide death. people that do come to a reason why, following on from the death, whether that is something that they fully understand or not, do generally seem to have less adverse outcomes. But the time for every single person will be quite different. And that's where one of the real challenges are in relation to postvention support.
Thank you. And do we know something about the number of people who are impacted by a suicide? Has there been research in that area?
Yeah, so my colleague, Professor Julie Serrell, and I have been trying to tease this one out for some time, as have others. So back in the late 60s and early 70s, Ed Schneidman, who was really the first person to coin the term postvention, talked about that it was likely that 6 people would be affected by each suicide death. In the decades since, everybody that works in postvention and bereavement has said, well, that's just not enough people. We know from clinical practice, we know from research that many more people are affected by a suicide death. Somebody who has very few social connections, there may only be a small number of people who are affected by that death. People that have large social networks and social connections and work connections, there may be many, many more. And so really trying to work out about the right number is, for us, about really demonstrating that this is a public health issue, that this is a large population of people. So what we've been able to show using US state statistics from the state of Kentucky, that 135 people are likely affected by a suicide death. That also occurs across a continuum, as Carl said, in talking about the different sorts of overlaps between different bereavements. We also know that some people will be exposed to a death, and that will just be an event that happens in their life. Whereas others who are close and identify closely with that person, and they perceive great impact, they might be suicide bereaved for a long period of time. And so similarly, there is a continuum amongst those people, those 135 people. And I think it's important to note that whilst for us, it's important to be able to say that this is a big problem. And we've done some other work, both in Australia and the US, to look at the proportion of the population that may have had lifetime exposure to suicide. And across many of these studies, we find that it's around 50 to 60% of the population have been exposed to suicide at some point in their life. And what we know is that those people that report being exposed to suicide at some point in their life are about 1.6 times more likely to think about suicide in the last 12 months than people who report no exposure. So what that tells us is that postvention and supporting people after exposure to suicide is a really important suicide prevention activity.
Thank you. And Dr. Andreasen, I might ask you some questions about the trajectory of postvention. But before doing that, may I ask you to come a little bit closer to the microphone, if possible, just to be a little bit clearer in the room? Thank you. Would you explain to the commissioners how postvention can change with the trajectory of bereavement over time?
Mhm. Well, what usually happens when a suicide occurs is that people are overwhelmed by the death. Some people are in shock, some people are in panic, some people are numb. So the first reactions after a suicide can also be very different. But what we see is that very often, immediate after a suicide, people are much helped by suicide-specific support and by practical support, because lots of things must happen. If a suicide occurs, for example, in a family, people are occupied with, for example, family relationships, with a funeral, with insurance, with police investigation. So lots of things happen, and people may need practical support and suicide specific support at that time, and information about what is happening and what is going to happen in the nearby future. Also, when people have children, for example, they will also have to deal with the children and work with them, explain them what has happened, and so that they also can understand without getting more traumatized by the suicide. We see that people in the first weeks, months after the loss very often seek out support from peers, for example, trying to get help or information from other people who have been bereaved by suicide, or by professionals who are specialized in working with people bereaved by suicide, because people have lots of questions about why did my family member or my friend or my colleague, why did he die by suicide? As Smith told a few minutes ago, people have lots of questions about why did this happen? Was there anything that I could have done to prevent this? People struggle with their own role in the suicide that has occurred. And this can be amplified, for example, when they have found the deceased person, when they are confronted with a suicide, or when there have been suicide attempts in the past. So there were some notifications, if you want, they were on alert that a suicide could have occurred. And then, of course, they feel even more guilty afterwards that they could not have stopped it, they could not have prevented this particular suicide. We also see that, and this occurs mostly in people who were already struggling with some mental health issues, be depression, anxiety, substance abuse, that these problems can be amplified due to the bereavement, and that on a longer term, people bereaved by suicide who already have been struggling with mental health issues may need some mental health support and specialized help on a longer term, not only to cope with the bereavement, but also with the complications that they experience in their mental health. And it's only later on, when these mental health issues are more or less under control, or when they are able to cope with those issues, that they can evolve to more generic type of social support. But as Smith also stated, people may need different types of help depending on how strong the suicide has an impact on their lives. And one of the features that determines that impact is the closeness of the relationship. So the closer someone felt to the person who has died, the stronger the impact usually is on their lives. Very often, this is a negative impact. It's grief reactions. It can be related to mental health issues. But on a longer term, we also see that some people develop personal growth or post-traumatic growth as an outcome of their grief and the bereavement, as an outcome of the struggles that they have had with coming to terms, trying to understand the bereavement, trying to understand the suicide. And some people do become stronger on a longer term after the bereavement.
And that is known as post-traumatic growth. Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
And within that trajectory, Professor Maple, are there key points where things can change, or is there anything known in the research about that?
Yeah, it's a great question, because we'd obviously really like to know exactly when the best times are to be able to provide postvention, and to be able to know when people might start to feel better or might experience more growth. We do know that in our studies in Australia that it appears that something seems to happen around 3 to 5 years. We also know that there are people that have found that meaning and reason why, or something they can hang on to. And that might be as simple as coming to terms with never being able to understand why, and that's enough. We know that for those people that's a key point in a trajectory changing. But certainly something seems to happen around that sort of 3 to 5 years. It's certainly not a time heals all wounds type thing. It's definitely something else that happens. It might be that other life events start to happen, and so the suicide isn't the primary thing that's happening for people anymore. But I think one of the really key things is what happens early on does change that trajectory. So when somebody's in that shock and the intense grief, where guilt is overwhelming, particularly as Dr. Andresen said, if somebody's really thinking about what could I have done to stop this, and so in that time, if somebody is able to work through some of those feelings and come to some understandings about that, then that trajectory can move from one of risk to one of potential growth, or certainly to a more balanced, longer point. And I think it's really important to highlight that whilst we know exposure to suicide death might be is at greater risk for somebody in their own suicidal thinking, there's also other morbidity and mortality that's associated with suicide exposure and bereavement. And that's due to some of these things like trauma, like social isolation, inability to access services. There might be a change to employment, so that your social standing might change as well as your social situation. And all of those things can have really negative impacts on people's life and the way that they live their everyday life, in addition to the trauma of the death by suicide of somebody that they've felt close to. And so I think it's important to recognise that whilst we focus on suicide as the outcome here, there is also those other adverse outcomes that we really need to be aware of when providing postvention support.
So you see then that is postvention not only a means of suicide prevention, but also a means of improving lifetime well-being for those who are exposed to the suicide.
That's exactly right, because those things around social isolation and changing social situations and not being able to talk about what's happened to you. So we hear time and time again across the research, almost every family member I've ever spoken to or somebody that has been bereaved by suicide will say that it's really hard to talk about. And often people will say sort of platitudes like, "How are you today?" And somebody who's recently bereaved by suicide won't know whether that means, can I talk about that I'm really feeling about this person that's died, or do I just say, oh, I'm okay? And so that increases that social isolation, increases the distress that somebody's feeling. And what we have found in studies where we've looked at what works in terms of postvention, and particularly around therapy and counselling postvention, is as Dr. Andresen said, that peer connection. So if the therapists themselves may self-disclose, and that's not something that we talk about often in therapy and the therapeutic alliance is around self-disclosure, but actually clients who have experienced a suicide death, who know that their therapist has had a similar experience, are more likely to find that relationship therapeutic. So knowing that somebody else has had this experience. And when we look at that 58% of a representative sample of Australians have had lifetime exposure to suicide, this isn't a rare event. So being able to talk about what's going on can change that distress and can change that trajectory away from the adverse outcomes and hopefully more towards new meaning and purpose and the possibility of post-traumatic growth.
Thank you. And in that context, might you explain for the Commissioners the notion of chronic grief or complicated grief and how postvention might address those issues?
Yeah, so we certainly know that for some people, a traumatic death and a death by suicide may end up being in this complicated grief space. And that's where somebody does have really adverse outcomes, heightened distress, and may not be able to participate in the activities that they could prior to, so work, family commitments and the like. That obviously can then start to have some really significant mental health outcomes for that person, and may have other socioeconomic outcomes as well. And so you can start to see that there's a number of events that can start to happen for somebody that leads them into a path that is where they are very vulnerable to heightened distress over a long period of time.
Thank you. And having covered now the topic of postvention generally, might you address the postvention in a defence context? What is the relevance of postvention to serving transitioned members of defence?
Yeah, so one of the things that we do know, and both Dr. Andreasen and I have already touched on, is that it's the identification with the person who's died by suicide. So that's how close you feel to somebody who's died, as well as the impact that that death has had on you. So when we think about the defence and veteran context and families of defence and veterans, they're often very close-knit communities and where those relationships are very important. So it might not be that you knew the person well, but again, that feeling of closeness, the feeling of identification is certainly heightened in a cultural situation where people are acculturated to being and working in a very particular way. And so when a death by suicide does happen either in defence or in the veteran community, there's a lot of identification of similar life experiences because they have been part of this defence family and or veteran family, depending on where they are in the services. So it's certainly a matter of concern, and to think about when suicide does happen, what sorts of postvention might be most appropriate and how might those people be contacted. And actually in what is a relatively closed community, in that you know who is in defence and you know who are part of the veteran community, it's actually going to be easier to reach out with postvention services than in the general population, because we don't know how people connect always in the general population. So certainly that high impact and that high level of identification definitely has a lot of relevance in defence.
And Dr. Andreasen, might I ask you to comment on that if you have anything additional to add?
Yeah, well, I certainly agree with what Professor Maple says. And I was also thinking about a project we did about 2 years ago. We did a study about suicide prevention guidelines. So we searched the literature about what guidelines have been developed over the decades and what was the quality of those guidelines. And actually, we didn't find any guidelines specifically for military or veterans populations, but we did find guidelines that were designed for other close communities, such as university or schools. And looking back at those guidelines, we actually concluded that the principles that are inherent, that are included in those type of guidelines, are easily transferable to other communities, because the guidelines actually provides step-by-step instructions or recommendations on developing leadership and expertise in the field, and how you can develop a suicide prevention and postvention plan within a certain community. And given that we didn't find any guidelines available for military or veterans populations, and given what Nif just said, that it's actually or maybe easy to identify the key persons and the key structures within that community, and to look at how suicide prevention can be organized, it could be a valuable idea maybe to see how these type of guidelines could be developed and implemented within military and veterans community to implement suicide postvention on a structural and consistent way for the population.
Thank you. And tell me, Professor Maple, you have undertaken some research in relation to US veterans. Was that on the topic of guidelines, or did it address something else? What might you tell the commissioners a little bit about the research you've undertaken and what you were able to ascertain?
Sure. So again, with my colleague, Professor Julie Serrell at the University of Kentucky, we've received 2 grants from the US Military Suicide Research Consortium which I must say is a fantastic initiative, which really led to an enormous amount of research with really practical outcomes for the US in terms of military suicide. And so if the commissioners aren't aware of the the Suicide Research Consortium, it's certainly worthwhile having a look at. It's tying up now. However, to your point, we've received 2 grants. So the first one, which was in around 2012, we really started to look at trying to understand this exposure and impact question. So why is it that some people are more impacted following on from exposure to suicide? So we looked at that amongst the veteran community as well as amongst the general community to try and understand where are there similarities and differences, and why might there be similarities and differences in the general community compared to the veteran community. What that allowed us to do was really to expand our understanding around these concept of perceived closeness and impact of the death, and that's been really pivotal in terms of really understanding exposure to suicide generally. The other parts of that we started to understand more about was to do with when people are coming into the military. If they had been exposed to suicide prior to their entry into the military, they may not do so well after an exposure to suicide or traumatic death. So there's some really practical outcomes from that in terms of not screening people out from joining the military, but rather understanding that they may have a little more vulnerability to distress should they experience these things during their service, and be offered proactively support.
And sorry, without cutting across you there, was that who had been exposed or hadn't been exposed?
Those who had been exposed prior to coming into the military. I must always put the caveat too that obviously there's significant cultural differences in defence in the US than here, and particularly in the socio-demographics of defence in the US. So whilst we can take some of these learnings, we also obviously need to always have that caveat. The second study that we're just starting to wrap up now, unfortunately, has been quite COVID affected in terms of data collection. There we really are looking at exactly what Dr. Andresen was talking about in terms of what sorts of things are offered to people following on from exposure to suicide, and is that seen as sufficient or insufficient in terms of meeting their needs. So we're looking at the sorts of supports that are offered by defence chaplains, by the leadership within the community, social workers and other healthcare professionals, and through the VA offered services in the US. So there we're really trying to understand much more about at what points in time is it best to offer these services, in what ways can we offer these services, and how are they experienced by different people depending on how they felt connected to or exposed by that suicide. So that will obviously start to bear fruit in the next couple of years, given that the data collection is just coming to an end now.
Thank you. And to be explicit, might you explain to the commissioners if and how postvention can play a role in reducing suicide within the Defence Forces?
Yeah, sure. So we do know that there are some unique factors in relation to the way in which suicide postvention might be offered. So we know from the interviews that we've done and the survey data that we've collected in the US that if the person who's bereaved by suicide feels connected to still the military, and that the military have honoured the person who has died in a way that they feel is appropriate, that reduces their distress. If they experience further trauma following on from finding out about the person's death, that increases distress. So certainly that early stage that we were talking about before, where the shock and trauma and finding out about this potentially and usually unexpected, but not always unexpected death, that key time is really important. We know that identification that the person was valued by the military is still really important following on from the death. And so there's some really key early lessons that I think we can take on board that could have could be appropriate to the Australian context as they are in the US.
And I might ask each of you this, and Dr. Andreasen, you've mentioned one topic, and that's guidelines. What practically can be done by way of postvention, particularly in a military context or a defence context?
Well, I mentioned the guidelines because I think it's an interesting strategy to have a sustained approach to suicide postvention. And probably it also needs training and education for the service providers that are available within the community of military and veterans, because we also see in the general population that counselors and psychologists, social workers, etc., they are not trained, they are not prepared to work with people bereaved by suicide, and they often need some specific training and preparation to be able to do this kind of work. So I think certainly also for the services that are available to military and veterans may also benefit from some training in this space, and which may also be part of implementation of guidelines, for example.
And Professor Maple, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, so we've just recently finished a review on the best way in which workplaces can respond to suicide, which was work that was funded through Mates in Construction, which is a suicide prevention activity for the construction industry. And what we know there is that critical incident debriefing, whilst was common practice, isn't recommended on the broad scale. And that's because people that have experienced somebody dying by suicide in their local workplace who aren't affected may become traumatized through a critical incident debriefing framework where they might be told to sort of talk through over and again that experience. But what we did find in that review is that leadership within the workplace makes a big difference. So if the workplace is pre-prepared for a death to occur and everybody knows what sorts of protocols will be put in place, and that those protocols are put in place in a timely manner, that can change the way in which people experience that death, the traumatic death or suicide death when it does happen. And so what that suggests is that we can really focus on educating the leadership in any workplace. And as Carl said, unfortunately, even our health professionals aren't well trained in this area. So there's work to do in terms of training people up around how to talk about suicide, how to make sure that those early days, the trauma is reduced, and those sorts of activities. And we know what we're going to do beforehand, before that death happens, that we know that those protocols can come into play and can support that workplace at the time that a suicide death does happen.
And conversely, do we know what doesn't work or what can have an adverse impact after a suicide?
Yeah, so one of the things that's quite clear across, and this is across all traumatic deaths and in fact unexpected deaths more generally, even from natural causes, is that particularly the family members are empowered to make decisions so that decisions aren't taken out of their hands. For example, if somebody wants to view the body, that the decision should be put onto the family members or the next of kin to make that decision rather than the decision being made for them. Similarly with the environment in which the person lived. So their room, for example, sometimes people will feel that they need to sort of come and clean up, or to try, and doing so with the best intentions often. But what that means is that often the way in which the person lived is erased. So trying to ensure that early on those decisions are thought through and are well supported with the close family and friends so that they do have those memories. It's things like, parents I spoke to way back with my PhD, when they were talking about how important it was that they still had clothes that hadn't been washed, that they could smell the person. More recently, talking to people who find it really valuable that they've kept voicemail messages from the person so that they can continue to hear their voice. But so trying to remind people in those early days that these are things that they might want to have later on. Similarly, being able to make sure that we're giving this information to people in a lot of different ways. So obviously spoken information when somebody's in shock, they've just received some traumatic news, trying to retain that information is virtually impossible. So making sure that we give information, it might be written information. Many services use magnets that they pop onto the fridge of the person when they're doing a home visit and remind them that it's there. So ways in which we can help people to recall these conversations that are really hard to recall because of that trauma that they're experiencing.
And as to that trauma, and particularly in relation to families, what are some of the key drivers of the suicide response for families or the central people in the deceased life?
Yeah, so I guess in terms of families, it's usually a family unit, and so and often it's the surviving partner is the next of kin, although not always. We've found over time, depending on family relationships, children have particular needs, and obviously dependent on what their age is. So their developmental stage is really important to consider. And talking to and providing information in an open way early is beneficial in the long term. So people will generally come to thinking about children and think we can't talk to them about suicide, but we can talk in ways that are developmentally appropriate that says it's okay to talk about when we're feeling very distressed. Because as soon as we start to shut those conversations down, that increases social isolation and increases those adverse outcomes. And that can be from young children right through to much older people. So we want to, at the very front end, ensure that people know it's okay to talk about how the person died, that it was a complex set of circumstances that led to death, that the person was highly distressed and chose to end their life, but that also it wasn't anything that person did themselves that caused that death to happen, that suicide death is complex, that there's many things that lead to that person acting on the intent to die. And so particularly for children, understanding that it's not their fault, that they didn't do anything wrong, that they, it wasn't that because they weren't there for their mum or their dad or their grandparent or aunt or uncle, but rather that there was a whole lot of other things going on for that person. So really being open and clear and being with the person where they're at are all really important key messages.
And I assume with children in particular, you need to look at developmentally appropriate responses and interventions.
Yes, that's right. But at the same time, really making sure that people know it is okay to say how the person died. So whilst we don't talk about method of suicide, and we don't, because that is one of the things that we know can increase that contagion that we talked about earlier. But certainly talking about the fact that the person did end their life and that's how they died. We do see that there's a lot of secrecy in families. And that's one of the things that does increase long-term distress, particularly if the reason for the death has been hidden from children and they find out later. They can feel very excluded and, obviously upset by not being told the truth. So certainly undertaking, thinking about the developmental stage and age of the child is very important. And often there's different ages and developmental stages in a family. So it's challenging, but being open and clear and appropriate for that age are all very important messages.
Thank you. And Dr. Andreasen, do you have something that you might add to that topic?
We have done several studies with, particularly with children and adolescents bereaved by suicide. And what you see is certainly the importance of informing, as Smith said, informing children and young people about what happened, because it's very easy for
sorry,
children.
I don't mean to cut across you. Might I ask you to come forward a little bit, because it's just in the room, it's very difficult to hear you, I'm afraid, at least for me. Thank you. I apologize. I'll let you continue.
That's okay. So I was saying In the studies that we have done with children and adolescents, we see that it's very easy for children and young people to feel guilty about the suicide for something that they may have done or not have done that may have contributed to the suicide. And therefore, it's very important that children receive correct information so that they understand what has happened and that they are able to maintain a trusted and safe relationship with the other family members, with the other uh, uh, people in their immediate environment, so that they know that they are not guilty for the suicide, and also that if they have any issues, any questions, if they want to say something, that they still can go to the remaining parent, for example, or to the grandparent, or to an older sibling. So informing children and adolescents is certainly crucial for their being able to process the grief and their emotions about it. And they will process it differently compared with adults. For example, we see in children that they can switch very rapidly from being focused on the grief and the loss and maybe say something about it, or being processing the grief in their play, and then 5 minutes later they are doing something different. So they can switch very rapidly, and it doesn't mean that they are not processing the grief, but they process it in little steps. And it's also important that they have this opportunity and the space to do it at their own pace, and to allow them to find their own way in it as well, and to, as a parent or as a family member, being present for them when they need support or when they want to chat about it, and otherwise also let them process it at their own pace and their own way. Certainly important.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Maple, Professor Maple, I apologise. Might we turn back to another topic, and that is the topic of contagion? Might you discuss that topic in a defence context, rather, how it can arise, and what are the particular features of it in a defence context?
Sure. So, as we talked about earlier with contagion, we know that it has something to do with identification with the deceased. So, it may be that from a similar unit, that's the identification. But we also know that people identify with others for a whole variety of reasons that we may not be apparent on the surface. And so, we really need to think about more broadly who might be exposed to that suicide death and who might identify with that person, and that's where it's obviously important to consider those who are closest in proximity, but also that identification and thinking about the ways that people might have connections. So it might be similar age, it might be they come from similar locations, it might be also that that person has had a prior suicide happen in their life, and this has been another death. And so they're all things that we know might be something that does make somebody more vulnerable to higher levels of distress. We don't know the drivers, and so we have to think about more broadly who might be in that sort of circle of identification. What we do see in some of the work that's done after a suicide in sort of closed communities, if you like, so in schools, for example, is that often the most support is provided to the people who were in that friendship group. So, you know, putting that to defence, it might be in that unit. But it's actually the people just outside of that that often need more support. And it's because they don't feel like they should feel as bad as they do, and they're not getting the support. So it's really, it's challenging to know what the right answers are. So we need to think, sort of take a step back and think, well, what are the key messages there around leadership being prepared to talk openly about what's happened? And we've seen that in other workplaces. Really thinking about who across the unit might be, and then more broadly across that community, might be affected through different ways of identification, as well as those people who might have had other traumas, and in particular, other suicide deaths that might have happened previously. I think one of the key messages, and it comes out in talking about suicide bereavement with children, but also across the whole community, if we're open about the manner in which somebody has died, it also says we can still talk about that person. What we find is if people start to close down, they don't talk about the person, they avoid using their name, for example, it says inherently, that says we're not comfortable to talk about this person anymore. And that increases social isolation, it increases shame, stigma, guilt, all of those feelings that we've talked about earlier as well. So when we think about the ways in which all of these things operate in, particularly in defence, where there is needing to be reliance on each other and a sense of camaraderie, if we say we're not going to talk about this, whether we say it out loud or we say it through our actions, that all of those things are going to increase that distress for people that are feeling very distressed by that death. And so I think that's really the key to helping think about what sorts of postvention responses might be needed, and what are those kind of key principles as a starting point for appropriate postvention and appropriate and timely postvention responses.
And as to the appropriate postvention responses, how do you strike the right balance? Is it a question of imposition or not imposition, or making those services available to members in the defence unit, or wherever they be?
Yeah, and I think it's a matter of having a variety of different sorts of supports. We know that some people will respond well to individual therapeutic type responses, so a counselling type intervention. Some people might respond much more to a chaplain and a more religious response, and trying to understand it within that frame of mind. Other people find support groups really useful. So it's about being able to say there is a number of different services and supports available to you, and these are the different sorts, and that you can try many until you find what works for you. We know actually from Dr. Andreessen's work that many people go to support groups and then don't return after the first time, but we don't know why they don't return. It may not have felt like that was the right sort of support for them, or it might feel that everybody else there already is part of that social group and they're not part of it. We just don't know. So we need to offer kind of a smorgasbord approach that says, we understand that some people will be highly distressed by this event, and here is a number of different supports that you can access, and you can try as many as you like at whatever point in time you feel you might need them.
Thank you. And Dr. Andreessen, in view of your research, is there anything you would wish to add to that topic?
Yeah. So I certainly agree with what Professor Maple stated. But what we see in our research is that people may have different needs according to the impact that they experience from the suicide. And some people may feel a very mild impact, for example, from a suicide, because they were not really closely connected to the person who has died. And those people may, for example, be helped by providing them with information or psychoeducation, maybe a website with resources and reading material, so they can better understand what is suicide bereavement. And then there are other people who may feel a need to talk with peers, with others who have lost someone by suicide, maybe on an individual basis, maybe in a support group. And people who are really struggling with the suicide bereavement, they may benefit from more specialized help, from psychotherapy, psychiatric help sometimes. So it really is a matter of offering different types of help for different needs that people may feel. And needs of people may also evolve over time. I think I mentioned it before, but people in the beginning may be, for example, may have a stronger need for suicide-specific information and support, and on a longer term may benefit from maybe social support or mental health support for depression or anxiety. So it's really important to have this variety of offers in place that people can access. And sometimes it is also helpful to have a sort of an outreach to people to really make available, offer the services proactively, make it clear to them what they can get from going to a particular service. Because one of the features in suicide bereavement, one of the maybe the barriers, if you like, in suicide bereavement, help seeking and service provision, is that very often people bereaved by suicide are reluctant to seek help from others, whether it's social support or professional support. And making these resources available to them can also help to decrease the barriers on a short term or on a long term. As Smith said, sometimes it's helpful to provide them with reading material, with a leaflet or a fridge magnet that they can keep, and then they can access the service at a later time when they are ready to go to the service. But this proactive way of promoting help seeking may certainly be beneficial for people bereaved by suicide, so that they do not have to find out where help might be available on their own, alone, because that's very often how people feel after a suicide.
Thank you. And Professor Maple, Dr. Andreasen has talked briefly about some of the barriers or challenges to help seeking. Might I explore that topic with you a little? Could you tell the commissioners a little bit more about that? What are some of the barriers? Why do they exist? And how might they be overcome?
Sure. So we know that men, particularly, are less active help seekers than women. A lot of the evidence comes from middle-aged white women who are more likely to participate in research, as well as more likely to participate in services. So just by gender, we know that there's help-seeking barriers. And that comes up because of the way in which maleness in Australia is individually responsible, strong, and not showing vulnerability. And all of those things mean that it's much more difficult to reach out and say, I need some support. And that's why, turning it around, as Carl said, into proactive outreach really helps. One of the real challenges with thinking about the way in which help seeking occurs actually goes back to your first questions around nomenclature and around the different sorts of terminology. It's very hard for the general population to know what it is that different services offer and what it looks like to go there. So even, for example, commissioners will be very familiar with calling Lifeline as a crisis support number, and they do a fantastic job. But what does it mean when you call that number? What do you expect? What are the ways in which you interact with that person? And this is the same across all of the services. So if you're not somebody who is familiar with going even just to the general practitioner, for example, then trying to reach out for specialised support is going to be very difficult. So we need to make sure that people are really aware of what the support is behind sort of the service name, what they can expect when they go there. And we know that warm referrals really help. So if the person has a trusted other, so it might be a commanding officer, for example, in this scenario, that says, I think I know, somebody who might be able to help. Why don't we call that person together and talk through what it is that they might offer you? So that warm referral means that the person is kind of helped into their help-seeking journey, where they might be reluctant to do that on their own at the beginning. So anything that we can do to reduce barriers to help-seeking will increase the level of service use, which is good for those people who need it. People that don't need it, as Carl said, maybe some psychoeducational type materials, what to expect with suicide bereavement. That might be enough for them to understand what's gone on for them and for those around them. Whereas for others, that warm referral into and proactive services out to people will certainly help reduce some of those barriers, and messages from across the board that it's okay to ask for help when you need it. And we've seen that across a number of public health campaigns in Australia, notably Are You OK? And having a day to really think about, how do we ask this question? And then what do we do when somebody says, no, I'm not doing so well? And how do we help move people into services? Because we all, as a whole community, definitely have a role to play in helping move people into the services and supports that are there, which is really hard to identify. So that kind of warm referral and proactive together can really help increase help seeking.
So then is it a matter of mobilising the group and not just making information available? Is that an important aspect, do you think?
Yeah, I guess it's both educating about what's there, so what's kind of behind the name of the services, what to expect there, and then working out whether or not people are accessing the services that they need when they need them. So, keeping an eye out for our friends if we're aware that somebody may not be tracking so well, that we actually say, you don't seem to be doing so well. Remember, we heard about those services. Why don't we go check them out together? So just being open conversation about feeling distress, and particularly where that distress starts to heighten, because they're the points in time where risk also heightens. And that might be risk-taking behaviours, it might be risk for suicide, but any risk has with it adverse health outcomes, and that's obviously the aim is to reduce any adverse health outcomes following on from a suicide death.
And is this is not age dependent or period of life dependent?
No, I think it's across the span. And the important point with suicide is that we know that it might not be that particular suicide death. We know that where there's cumulative exposure to many suicide deaths, or to many suicide deaths and other traumatic deaths, that the risk can follow through, that can increase. We don't know which death. It might not be where there's cumulative exposure to suicide. It might not be the most recent death that was the most impactful, but that might be the one that does mean that somebody starts thinking about acting on an intent to die. And that's where we really need to think about across, making sure that we are aware that time isn't the key motivator, isn't the key sort of end point, but rather there could be, somebody might need help and support at any time. There might be vulnerabilities at any time that might tap back into that vulnerability from thinking about that suicide death that's happened with somebody that they were close with.
Thank you. And Dr. Andreasen, you have done some work specifically in relation to suicide, bereavement and postvention in adolescents. Might you tell the commissioners a little bit about that? And when you talk about adolescence, what period of life in particular are you looking at? Up to 18 or somewhere a little bit younger or older?
Mm-hmm. Yes. So the studies that we have done with suicide bereavement in adolescents focused on adolescents who had experienced a suicide when they were 12 to 18 years old, and they could participate in the studies if they had experienced a suicide between 6 months ago and 10 years. So the theoretical age range of participants in those studies ranged from 12 to 28, as long as they had experienced a suicide when they were 12 to 18 years old. So that was more or less the age groups that we worked with. And we conducted interviews both with the adolescents, also with parents and with clinicians, looking at the grief and mental health experiences of the adolescents, looking at their experiences with help seeking, both being able to access services and what their experiences were with receiving help and what they thought was helpful about the support that they received, and also what they could recommend in general to other bereaved adolescents based on their experiences with their grief and their mental health. What we found in those studies was that the suicide that they experienced, first of all, had a very strong impact on their own lives. And very often, this was related to the fact that experiencing the suicide was very often the first death that they experienced consciously. So sometimes there were already some deaths before in the family when they were younger, but now when they were 12 to 18 years old, it was the first conscious death that they experienced. And it really turned their lives upside down because they were suddenly confronted with a death by suicide, which they didn't understand very often at the time when it occurred. It had also a very strong impact, age-related, because when as a 12, 13, 14, 16-year-old, of course, there were already some struggles with family life, with friends, with schools, with relationships. And the suicide and the bereavement by suicide added to the stress that they were already experiencing at that time in their age, which actually compounded their grief and mental health. We also found very strong evidence in those studies that it also changed their relationships with their peers, with the friends, because very often they had the impression that they were the only ones who had experienced a suicide, who had lost a parent by suicide or a sibling, and they felt different, they felt alienated from their friends. And also very often friends didn't know how to respond, how to react to the loss that they had experienced. So there was this a feeling of disconnection, and they felt that other people start treating them different after the death, while they would really want that they would be treated the same as before, because young people, children, adolescents who are bereaved, they don't want to be treated differently. They want to be treated the same as before. They don't want to stand out from their friends. And it's also one of the reasons why, for these bereaved adolescents, it was very important, for example, that they could go to school, they could attend school in the same way as they could attend before the bereavement, and that teachers and friends would also treat them the same as before the death. Finding this sense of normality and finding a distraction from the grief at home was very important for coping with the bereavement for these adolescents. And thirdly, there was also strong evidence that suicide that they had experienced not only had changed their own life, but also had a very strong impact on the family system, on the family equilibrium, and that it disbalanced the family systems, and that they, both the adolescent and the parent or the siblings, had to find a way of rebuilding the family system, rebuilding the family relationships because of the shattered expectations and shattered relationships that they had before the suicide had occurred. There were also many reciprocal concerns about health and grief. Very often, adolescents who had experienced this bereavement um, were very upset by times. Some of them engaged in health risk behaviors, which could involve alcohol and drugs, could involve violence, fighting with friends, but also with parents or with siblings. So there were many concerns about their coping with the grief. And certainly from a parental point of view, there were many concerns on how these bereaved adolescents would be able to cope with the loss, especially if they didn't want to talk about it, or if they refused to seek help or to accept help from others. So there were certainly lots of concerns and tensions within the families as a result of the suicides. And what adolescents expressed as being helpful to them was that they were allowed to try to cope the way that they would find best for themselves, even if it would be a concern from a parental point of view. They were very strong about trying to find their own way in their grief, in their struggles, and try to express themselves the way that they needed with a parent, with friends, maybe with a teacher. And these adolescents were also very selective with whom they would talk, with whom they would share their experiences. And in the interviews, they could very well explain why, for example, they would share their grief or their mental health issues with this particular friend or with this particular parent or family member and not with others. So it was not a random choice, it was a deliberate choice. I will share with this friend or with this family member. And it didn't mean that other family members or other friends were not important to them. They were equally important for other things. For example, for finding distractions, going to the sports, watching television, playing a game. So doing other stuff than being occupied with the grief was equally important in the processing of the suicide than actually addressing the grief and the emotions that were associated with it. And for some of them, I think that evolved well over certain period of time, and others probably kept struggling with their grief and mental health issues for many years. And as we said before, it's sometimes difficult to predict who will cope well and who will continue experiencing difficulties with the loss. But based on the interviews, we certainly had the impression that families where there was already a loading of mental health issues, relational problems, maybe substance abuse problems, those adolescents appear to also keep struggling on a longer term because of the loading, the burden that was already present in the family before the suicide occurred. And those families certainly may need more specialized help than other families.
Thank you. Professor Maple, Dr. Andreasen there mentioned earlier the question of young adolescents not wishing to stand out. Does that notion inform what you were saying earlier about making it okay to seek help?
Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it, with young people, because you want to be part of the group and not be different to others. And it's certainly where there is a role for peers. So we do see, for example, in the UK, there's services where peers who have been affected by death of a parent, often through traumatic circumstances, including suicide, there's peer camps and what have you, so to build those relationships with others who have had similar experiences is what really gets to the essence of what Carl's been talking about, is these disrupted relationships. So if the relationship was already under pressure, it's further disrupted. If it was a strong relationship before and it's broken, or it is in some way disrupted by this, that they're the sorts of things that are going to increase the impact of the guilt, the trauma, the loss, and the bereavement. And what we're trying to do in postvention is always reduce the impact of those negative, those emotions that can lead to negative or adverse outcomes. So we're always looking at ways in which we can reduce that impact and facilitate, healthy ways of managing what are very complex emotions. And obviously during adolescence, there's complexity in emotions anyway. And there's, developmental and hormonal balances that are going to interfere with that. And so really trying to think about both the the potential for disrupted relationships within the family, but also within the social group, are really important in that age group.
Thank you. And tell me, Dr. Andreasen, with the research that you have undertaken in relation to adolescence, have you undertaken any research in relation to young adults, not in circumstances that you've indicated where they've been exposed to suicide in adolescence, but the effect of suicide, bereavement and postvention for a slightly older population? Or can you extrapolate from the research you've already undertaken?
Yeah, we also have done some studies with what we call emerging adults, and mostly with student populations, so like the plus 18 age range. And the grief reactions that we observed in adolescents are certainly also recognizable in 18 plus, so in young adult populations. The addition that we found in studies with student populations is that very often, because adolescents typically still are living with their family unit, with the core family members in one place, very often students have moved away from home, so they are disconnected from their regular social support system, like the parents or even their friends that they had at home are not necessarily present when they move out house to go studying at university. And that was a very important distinction, that they felt that they were disconnected and could rely much less on social support from friends and family once they were students. And you would expect, or you would hope, that they would get connected with other students and find or create a new social network once they are at university or college. But that didn't seem to be very obvious for several of them. They seem to struggle with creating this new social network. Um, and that really also had an impact on their grief and then coping with loss after suicide. So that certainly stood out.
From that research, can you draw any conclusion that the environment that they're in, whether it be a university or in a defence unit or the like, in a close-knit environment, as Professor Maple said, it is important for the leadership of that environment then to facilitate the making of those connections?
I think yes, absolutely. The environment where the person bereaved by suicide is living is very important, and certainly the leadership that is available in that environment certainly has a strong role to play in organizing the support, organizing the resources, providing it, making it available, making sure that that people are trained to deal with this is absolutely, yes, that's the role of the leadership.
Professor Maple, Dr. Andreasen mentioned earlier the outlets such as substance abuse or even violence in the face of a suicide. When you spoke earlier about well-being and interventions, is that an aspect of what you're addressing? So looking at preventing other adverse impacts of the suicide?
Yeah, that's right. And we found similar in research that one of my prior PhD students did with young people as well in rural areas, exactly as Carl's talked about. And so what we see is that all of these other expressions and externalization of what's going on in terms of the internal pain. So we certainly saw risky drug and alcohol use, risky driving, risky sexual relationships. So all of the sorts of things that in young people, that risk-taking just really elevated. And obviously that can lead to death by a variety of different means as well. So we really need to consider what that looks like, at the same time as recognizing that pain can be externalized, and particularly during that developmental period. I think it's also worthy to note that not every child or young person who's exposed to suicide will go on to think about suicide, but it is a considerable adverse childhood event, and we know that clustering of adverse childhood events leads to lifelong challenges. And so addressing these adverse events when they do happen, and to ensure that relationship building and that those risky behaviours are time limited and done in the safest ways possible, and within relationships that can continue to shift and change, and that can manage these really complex emotions around shame and stigma, and the social isolation that people can feel when these things are happening to them at those developmentally important times.
Thank you. And finally, might I ask each of you to identify to the commissioners, if you would, if you could, those things that you consider to be priorities in improving postvention generally, but also in an ADF context, if you can address that context. I might start with you, Professor Maple.
Sure. So look, I think from the research that we've done in the US, and again, there is real challenges obviously in trying to say that would, translate directly to Australia. I have tried to do similar work here and have yet to been successful in funding to do that. So with that caveat, and taking from what we have learned in the US, we absolutely need to see cultural shift in the way in which these sorts of traumas, and particularly suicide death, is understood within the cultural context of the military, within defence, within veterans. We know from individual stories that the way in which people are treated following on from a suicide exposure can further traumatise that individual. So from my point of view, in terms of that work that we have done, really it's about changing the culture around help seeking is what we facilitate. We have a variety of different services and supports available to you at a time that you need them, and that in taking those opportunities for support, that's not an indication of vulnerability or inability to do your job, but rather is a way in which to support you to continue to do your job well, or to continue to live in the community as a veteran well into the future. And I think that real cultural change, whether it's perceived or real, and as I said, I'm drawing a bow from the work that we've done in the US, but certainly that strong culture around help seeking, when we already know that men, and whilst there's many more women in defence now, it's still a male dominated culture, that does inhibit help seeking. So it has to be from the top, the whole way down, that help seeking is okay, and that when you do seek help, that's not a sign that you can no longer do your job or that you're vulnerable in some way, but rather that it's facilitating growth in you and strength in you to overcome and to come to terms with and to live with, and hopefully find new meaning and purpose in life following on from an event like a suicide death.
Thank you. And Dr. Andreasen, do you have anything to add to that, or a different aspect?
Well, I think I certainly would emphasize the need for, even within the change of culture that Professor Maple suggests, and I certainly subscribe to that. But I think certainly the need to have a variety of services available to people, because one size does not fit all, and you have to be able to provide different options to people when they are willing to seek or to accept help. So you need different types of offers, and you need training of people who provide this offer. And I'm a very strong advocate for also implementation of guidelines or a protocol from the leadership, so that it's implemented on a long term in defense and veterans community.
Thank you to each of you. There may be some questions arising now, and questions from the commissioners.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Yes, thank you both very much. I've got a lot out of that session. So perhaps if I can just start with a reflection of some of the lived experience evidence that we've heard in hearings, but also some of what I guess I've heard in private sessions. And just reflecting, I guess, that much of it has been the opposite of what you're describing. I've heard experiences where support and assistance was not forthcoming after a suicide death, concern about how it might reflect on the leadership group that there's actually been a suicide death, so let's do nothing. That when services were offered, no one would use them because they were concerned about being seen as weak, or even concerned about what it might mean for their future career. I've heard of circumstances where fellow ADF members were told not to talk to the family at the funeral, where they would essentially, the attitude was to deny that there'd been any organisational or environmental issues that may have been in some way related to the death by suicide. So, you know, as I said, I got a lot out of your presentation. Clearly what we're talking about, and Dr. Andreasen, you talked about in the research around children and young people need to have a safe and trusted environment, but it does seem to me that you can extrapolate that pretty much to any circumstances, and certainly in a defence environment, it needs to be a safe and trusted environment, one that's prepared and proactive, but not rigid and not a tick, I've done that now kind of response. And again, you talked in the research around adolescents needing to rebalance the family system, rebalance shattered expectations and shattered relationships. And it strikes me that that also potentially can apply in the circumstance where there's been a death in defence. But I do have a couple of questions. One is, you talked about the fact that after a suicide death, there may be lots of questions that people have, and they may think about those over some time. And you talked about the importance of perhaps having the opportunity to, you know, work with someone and talk about those things. But I wondered how important it is, or maybe not, to actually be able to ask those questions of someone who might be able to answer them. So again, what we've heard is oftentimes whether a currently serving member or someone who's an ex-serving member, the family have voiced questions about what happened in the defence circumstance, but they can't ask anyone. Is it helpful? Is it important to be able to go to the source and ask those questions, or does it not matter?
I think it is important because people are asking themselves questions about why did the suicide happen? Why did it happen now? Was there anything that could have been done to prevent it? Was there anything I could have done, someone else could have done? What help was provided or not provided? So people have lots and lots of questions. And one of the important factors or variables that helps people to cope with grief is that they can make sense of what has happened, so that they can create a story or find a storyline or a narrative that is acceptable to them about what happened with the person who they have lost, and having opportunities to talk with other people, be it a colleague, be it someone from the leadership or from a service provider, having maybe a talk with a friend who knew the person who has died. So these type of contacts, these types of conversations can be very important for the person who is bereaved by suicide to make sense of what has happened. And of course, they will hear different type of information, and they may hear maybe information that they don't like, that is not what they had expected. But still, it is important that they have these conversations so that they can make sense, make meaning of the loss that they have experienced as a crucial step of being able to process their grief. So my answer is certainly yes. I would certainly recommend it.
Okay, thank you. I think that's really important because at the moment, from what we've heard, there does not seem to be an easy way to achieve that. Indeed, last hearing block, we heard from a lived experience witness who, I think 40 plus years on, still feels that having experienced, in fact, the murder-suicide of her parents as an adolescent, still feels that she has no answers. She doesn't understand. And is actively seeking those answers, but can't find anyone to talk to about it. So thank you for that answer. It's really important. I just did want to have ask one other question, which was about the research that you did in the United States and about understanding the vulnerability and, for example, if there's been a previous exposure to suicide prior to joining the military. I just wondered what might be the flow-on kind of recommendations from that in terms of, one, screening, and I think you said don't screen to exclude, but screen to understand and then take action. So what's the nature of the screening and what's the nature of the subsequent actions that should occur?
Yeah, so absolutely screening, but not to exclude is the key message. What it allows us to do if we do take some of these recommendations to consider what sorts of things are needed early on, then when something does happen, when a trauma happens, then we can know that there might be people who are more vulnerable. So, for example, the adverse childhood experiences that we talked about also mean that somebody might be more vulnerable to a trauma or suicide during their time with defence. So it allows us to be more proactive in terms of thinking, that there's some people that we need to kind of keep a bit of an eye on when something happens, or that we might be able to offer some more support to at the time that they need it. So it's really about understanding people as they come in, and then when things happen, we can proactively reach out to that group. They might not need it at that time, but it does allow us to consider their risk early on and be that more proactive. And that helps us to break down some of those help-seeking barriers that we talked about, and where people might be reluctant to show any sort of vulnerability. It helps to bridge that gap and get people into services and support nice and early.
And are the US actually doing that, following on from your research, or is it still early days?
It's certainly still early days. Our experience there is that it obviously building the evidence is important, but then it's also about trying to get leadership to take on board those recommendations. And there's certainly some influential people that have shown their support for this sort of information, but obviously dealing with a very big and complex organisation means that anything like that is challenging. I'd also say that because their service system is so different, that some of the messages are a little bit different as well. Like, for example, just general health and social care service delivery is quite different. They do have very good veteran support through their VA system, but during everything during the time in defence is quite enclosed, and so that is obviously the area in which we want to try and influence. But people coming into the military, into defence broadly in the US is different, because obviously there's education and healthcare and all those sorts of things that aren't available in the general population. So yeah, there's some similarities and differences. We certainly hope that some of these recommendations will be taken up in the longer term. Unfortunately, like all research, there's a huge gap between the research being done and translation to practice. It's about a 17-year gap on average. We certainly hope that that's not the case in relation to this, because obviously it's a really practical and quite easy to implement brief screening early on in somebody's journey through working with defence.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you. Also, from my point of view, you spoke about the need to develop guidelines or protocols for military communities to put in place to deal with suicide in situ. Do you know from your own experience or researches whether anything like that has been done yet, either here or in the US?
Sorry, you go, Carl.
No, I just wanted to state that when we did our study about suicide postvention guidelines, we didn't identify any guideline available for military or veterans population. So I'm not aware if there is any guideline available specifically for this population. But maybe Professor Maple knows from the United States that there exists.
Thank you.
Yeah, so there certainly is some work being done in the US, and as I said, the Military Suicide Research Consortium has really sped up the outputs in the US. But there is TAPS, which is specifically for survivors of military suicide, which is, I don't know a lot about it, but it would certainly be one to look at. That is absolutely support specifically in this space. So they would have some kind of model that they're working from. I just don't have the specifics for that.
And within Australia?
Not within Australia.
Thanks.
Thank you. I don't have anything further. Are there any matters arising, Ms. Rebalancing? Okay, sorry. Just I think that's the conclusion of the evidence. On behalf of the Commission, I just wanted to thank you both. You've given us a lot to think about today, and we certainly value your time and the evidence you've given today. As Ms. Rebalancing said, you're both excused from your notice to appear today, and thank you again.
Thank you.
If there's nothing further, we'll adjourn for morning tea, returning in about 15 minutes.
Certainly, Commissioner.
All rise. The Royal Commission will adjourn until 11 o'clock. Rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Commissioners, I call witness SY5, who is already seated and who has been
Sorry, Mr.
provided...
Shiptu, just before you start, I understand there's some appearances to be announced.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Macmillan Initials KA, counsel for SY5, instructed by Operation Legal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Macmillan. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I might just do it again. I will officially call witness SY5, who has been provided a pseudonym for reasons of confidentiality.
Thank you.
SY5. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Before we proceed any further this morning, I'd just like you to know that if there's any time this morning that you'd like to stop or take a break, just let us know and we will accommodate you in any way that we can. Also, if there are any questions that you don't wish to answer, please just say so.
Thank you.
And before we start, I would just like to formally thank you for appearing here this morning and for your courage in doing so.
Thank you.
In terms of your evidence, am I correct in saying that you've made a statement signed 14 March 2022 in response to a notice to give that was issued to you by the chair of this commission on the 2nd of March 2022?
That's correct.
Commissioners, as you are aware, there are two versions of SY5's statement. There's a confidential version and also a non-confidential version. Operator, can I please ask that the redacted version of witness SY5's statement, which is document ID WIT.003.0005.001_R, be displayed on the screen? And can I please ask that you scroll down to the next page? Witness, do you recognise this as the statement you provided to the Royal Commission?
It is.
And to the best of your knowledge and belief, is the statement you provided true and correct?
It is.
Commissioners, I tender the redacted version of the statement, being document ID WIT.0003.0001.001 .0001_R as a non-confidential public exhibit, and the unredacted version of the statement, which has the same document ID but without the _R, as a confidential exhibit.
Thank you. They're both accepted and will be allocated the next consecutive numbers.
Can I please start by asking you to tell the Commissioners a little bit about yourself and in particular about your life prior to joining the Army?
Sure. Prior to joining the Army, I had a pretty successful career. I was a change manager working in many different industries. I'd worked in male-dominated industries my whole entire life, from construction to engineering, utilities. I've even worked in departments of health, across the public service. Yeah, I'm well educated. I have a Bachelor of Business and Accounting. I have a Master of Justice in Strategic Intelligence and multiple vocational certifications that allow me to work in lots of areas where there's high conflict. You only ever call a change manager in usually when there's something going wrong or you want to change a process. So, I was quite accomplished in that. I'd been doing it for 15 years. So in terms of what motivated me to join the ADF, I think I'd been working for a long time in that role in various companies, and I wanted to challenge myself and I wanted to serve. For me, service would provide more meaning and purpose in what I was doing in life. I think, like a lot of younger people, I was chasing the money when I was young, but then you get to a point where you go, okay, what's next? And for me, that was the ADF. Yeah.
So it was a bit of a second career for you.
Yes, yeah. If you will, yeah.
And I know that there's a lot of sensitive information that's in your statement that has been redacted. Being careful about the types of roles and where you were posted and things like that, and the type of role you were applying for, can I please ask you to tell the Commissioners a little bit about the recruitment process for you?
Sure. So I was an older recruit. Can I say my age?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think I was around 37 when I applied to join. It took a year to get through the recruitment process. Being an older candidate, I guess they wanted to make sure that I was fit and healthy, and I was. I had probably every test known to man before I went into the service, so I had a clean bill of health. And yeah, it took a year. So I enlisted from Darwin,
Did that include physical and psychological evaluations, the recruitment process?
Yes, it did. I had 2 psychological evaluations before I entered the service. I believe one of those was more than what normal candidates get. They really questioned why someone who was successful and had a good career would want to enlist as a soldier. And also, the role I was going into required me to get a high-level clearance. So I think they just wanted to satisfy themselves that I would be suitable for that.
And none of those psychological evaluations raised any red flags or raised anything?
No, and we can talk about further psychological evaluations now, or further,
if you like. Yeah.
So as part of the clearance process, I had to undertake psychological evaluations in the forms of tests, but also multiple face-to-face evaluations that, one of those interviews went for 5 hours, another one went for, 2 to 3 hours. They were very comprehensive. And they also were assessing whether I would be able to work in other locations further down the track, for which I was cleared and was successful in that process.
Well, you're referring to your clearance process. Can I ask you some questions about your initial employment training, which I understand is related to your clearance process. It took you 3 years, I understand, to complete that initial employment training. Why did it take so long?
It did. So when I joined through the recruitment process, they did say it could take up to 6 months to go through the clearance process. That was well articulated to me. However, when I'd gotten through Kapuka, went to a different location, and was put into a holding platoon, they said I will likely take 2 to 3 years to get through that clearance process, which was frustrating because you can't do any meaningful employment. It affects your pay. For me, that wasn't such of an issue, but for others it was. They were raising families, and to be on a trainee wage is really quite frustrating. Yeah, I've lost my train of thought.
No, that's right. Was that news to you? The 2 to 3
Yes.
years?
Oh, yes,
That's not something that
absolutely.
was said earlier?
I was very surprised. And if being in a holding platoon is not a nice place to be. We were basically stuck in a room with 15 computers, and there was 60 odd people going through that process from different areas, but ours include different trades, but ours included. And for us, we were always going to be the longest there, and to not have any meaningful work with very smart people sitting in a room doing nothing, it's a recipe for disaster. Yeah, it's not good.
So can I just ask, so throughout that 3-year period, I think you say you have leave without pay? Can you?
Yeah, so after we were transferred, there was an agreement between the school and the regiment, between 2 different schools, that we would go to the location where I ultimately served. When we found out that it was confirmed, it was taking a long time. I mean, it wasn't just me, it wasn't personal, right? There were other trainees there. Some of them received their 4-year ADM medal, which is the Australian Defence Medal, throughout that period. So there'd been 4 years in the clearance period. I was like, well, this is really going to impact me, because if I'm not ultimately successful through the clearance process, I had the choice to either discharge or choose another corps or training or another role within the ADF. Every other role that I was interested in required this type of clearance. So my choice would have been to discharge. And they'd given that choice to others as well. But as I was looking through that, sitting at, they're doing nothing at that other location, I was like, well, I run the risk of not getting through the clearance process and then having to go back to my old career. And while I'm sitting there waiting for 3 years, my skills are degrading from my civilian career. There's obviously the pay issue, and then there is a progression issue. You're a trainee for the whole time. 3 to 4 year trainees is, it became pertinent later on when they changed the clearance level and people joined that trade at a lower clearance level, and they had only been waiting for a year, and they had our cohort that was waiting for 3 years. So you'd had this real unfair mix of people in the trade, yeah.
So you decided to take leave without pay and go to the Department of Health.
Yes.
Where I understand you were offered a promotion.
Yeah, so I was in the Department of Health. I was fortunate enough that I had good contacts, and I was good at my job. So when I rang my contacts and said, look, there's a chance that I might be able to take 6 months off, which ultimately ended up being a year, they said, yes, we'll give you a contract, no problem. You come and we will happily employ you. So I did that, and it was close. After the 6 month period, I was like, this is becoming really difficult. I was talking to AGSFA, which is the Australian Security Vetting Agency, on a regular basis, and they were like, oh, you know, I was dealing with fairly low-level people, but they were like, oh, we're not sure, you know, you just have to wait. I'd regularly check in with them. And I was like, well, the Department of Health had offered me a promotion to an executive contract officer level 2, which is, you know, it's a reasonable position. And I was like, what do I do? Do I wait for this clearance, or do I progress my career? And so I talked to the unit or the school, and I said, look, you know, I've got this option at the Department of Health. Clearance doesn't appear to be coming through anytime soon. What are my options? And they said, well, you can discharge if you want at that point. We don't know when your clearance is coming. So I took a proactive approach, which I probably wouldn't have been allowed to do had I still been on base, but I wrote to the First Assistant Secretary of AGSFA, and I had included a whole heap of previous emails and correspondence where I'd contacted previously, and I just outlined the impact to me of not getting this clearance. And fortunately, she rang me and said, you know, we're really sorry that this is having this impact on you, and, you know, we're progressing your clearance as urgent and as fast as possible. I had it within 2 weeks, yeah. So, and at that point I was like, okay, I've got the clearance. I still have this desire to serve. It's important for me to see this through. I made a commitment when I left that I would come back, and I definitely wanted to see that through, yeah.
So you eventually got that clearance, but I think within that 3-year period as well, and this is something that yeah, so you're struggling to have your relationship recognised.
Yes.
And you're then, can I take you a little bit further along? You're then posted to a particular, and we just need to refer to it as a regiment, but there you're basically accused of fraud. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah. So before that I was posted to the school. I completed my IET training. When I returned from leave without pay, I asked to have my relationship recognised because it met all the criteria that Defence publish around having a relationship recognised. And the senior officer at the time at the school said to me, well, you're not having that recognised while I'm here. I'm like, okay, well, you do pick your battles when you're in Defence. I just let it go, and I thought, well, I'll be over at the regiment within 6 months, so I'll just get it done there. And so when I went to the regiment, I had applied again to have the relationship recognised, and for whatever reason, it just didn't. But my partner at the other end had got approval from his unit to take travel to come and see me at Commonwealth expense. Because when you have your relationship recognised and you're unaccompanied, you get a certain amount of trips per year to see each other. And his unit had approved that, and he took the trip and he came came to see me, and when I raised the fact that they were delaying the recognition at my end, I said, it's been a year now. I have all the evidence around bank accounts, around living together. It was, everyone knew that I was in this relationship. It was very clear. I had photos and all that sort of stuff. But in my squadron, a senior officer, wrote this email to me that's basically saying you're committing fraud and whatnot. I've got the email, you can see it if you like. And that definitely pushed some buttons for me, because if you don't have your integrity, you've got nothing. So I, obviously being quite good with administration, I just went back to him and I said, sir, you're wrong. These are the emails, these are the steps that I've taken, this is the state of play. And he had managed to email quite a few other senior people on the base as well, so I just included all them. Eventually he apologised to me, and that was appreciated, but you shouldn't have to go through that just to get your relationship recognised.
So that's really something that happens to you very early on after being posted to this particular regiment.
Yeah.
Moving on though, it seems you mentioned in your statement that you were bullied and harassed.
Yeah.
Are you able to tell the commissioners a little bit about that aspect of your evidence, please?
Yeah. That's still difficult for me to talk about today. I'd been, by this point it was, 4 years, and I'd had a year out, so 3 years. I'd had pretty good relationships with people prior to that. Yes, I was older, but that didn't seem to matter prior to this, the year that we're going to be discussing. I had friends on base. It was pretty good. There was no issues until this particular year. I don't think I can say the year, can I?
Perhaps not the year, but
Yeah,
if you could just
okay.
tell the commissioners a little bit about what you experienced within that year without
Yeah,
divulging anyone's names.
So there was a particular group of boys, much younger, and that I guess surprised me somewhat. We're talking, early 20s. Took a particular dislike to me. And, they had threatened me with physical violence. They had excluded me very deliberately from work-related things. So there was group chats that you talk about timings and, where you had to be and all that sort of stuff. Well, they just wouldn't include me as part of that. So I felt very excluded. They continually belittled me in a way, very deliberately though. And it's hard because in defence there's a lot of banter and, sometimes that's fun and that's good and whatnot, but you can definitely tell when it turns personal. Like, this was personal. This was more than banter. This was, it was very deliberate. Yeah.
And is this something that you found that you sort of experienced on an almost daily basis throughout that year?
Yeah, very much so. So we had, that particular year, I'd gone on a course at the beginning of the year for 2 months, and then I came back and we'd gone on 3 different field exercises. And, you can't, like going outfield, you can't escape that. Like, you're in a group, you're just always together. And I remember, I would have to, I was in a position where I was more like I'd been put into a deck commander position or a 2IC position, and they had a real problem with that. They did not like that at all. And they, at the end of field exercise, a couple of them, one in particular, where they were upset with me to the point where they're going around, like as you come together, all the decks come together at the end, and they were going around talking about me. And we had this guy that was from a different regiment altogether. He was I can't say what he was, but I said to him, "What's going on?" Because I could tell that there was something going on, and he's like, "Oh, don't worry about it." And I'm like, "Oh." And then I asked my deck commander what was going on. He goes, "Oh, so-and-so's talking about you in a particular way. It was very derogatory," and he was talking about it with everyone. So everyone in the squadron was talking about me in this way. And it was humiliating. And I'd actually, on that particular exercise, it was a really good exercise. That deck commander was very good. He was very experienced. We'd had a great outcome in terms of what we were doing outfield and things like that. And I worked well within the small team that I was in, but when we all came back together, that was just horrible. Yeah.
I'll come back to the bullying in a moment, but
Yeah.
I'd just like to track a little bit further through.
Yeah.
You were deployed throughout that year, and I won't say where you were deployed, but then you returned. And you were then told that you had to, well, you were given a few options, but really one of them was that you had to, if you wanted the career that you had signed on for, you had to stay in this particular regiment. Now, that's the same regiment where you were getting bullied?
It's not that if I wanted to... Yeah, so 2 seconds.
No, just all I was sort of asking about was, one, as I understood it, one of the options that had been presented to you was that
Oh, yeah, sorry.
a year further within this same regiment, within this same environment. And I think you said, well, what are my other options?
Yeah, so, but in the preceding 2 years, I was given training to facilitate my career desire around the particular area that I wanted to go to. So that wasn't normal training that everyone got. I was, it was recognised that, one, I would be good at it, and two, that filled a need within Army, but also that's what I desired. So I was given training to facilitate that, yeah. So, but when I came back from deployment, well, prior to going on deployment, I was told, yes, you're transferring to that particular area in the following year, and there had been an analysis of the people within the whole regiment, and I was in the top 2 to be able to post to that area the following year. So that was all good, happy about that, go on deployment, come back, and was told if I wanted to do that, I had to sign on to the regiment for an extra year. And given the experiences I had in the previous year, I just was unwilling to do that. And I said that to them at the time. I'm like, given the bullying and harassment, and my chain of command was aware of that, I said, I can't do that. I can't take that risk that I'll be subject to that again. I said, so what are my options? And it was, they were very unpalatable. One was to be posted to...
Probably don't need to go into it, but neither option was really
acceptable
to you as a career option.
Well, not just not acceptable, but if you look at it, one of them was ridiculous, like to suggest that I would be well suited to this particular area it just wasn't right. Yeah, without saying what it is, it's hard to communicate that.
Well, it involved a lot of physical effort. I think would be a fair way of summarising it.
Yeah.
Just returning. So what at that point then did you decide to do? So you're faced with those options. What did you decide?
Can I just have a break for 2 seconds?
Of course.
Yeah.
Witness, please take your time. None of us are in a rush. And we're very happy for you to take a breather for a couple of minutes.
Thank you.
That rush.
I just wanted to circle back around to the bullying, if I may.
Of course.
You know, I really tried to resolve that myself because, you know, armies or the defence is a unique situation. You can't go and talk to you can't dob, so to speak. You can't go and resolve these issues. So I knew if I couldn't resolve it myself that I was in trouble. And I tried a number of different ways, you know. I tried ignoring them. I tried mirroring their behaviour back to them in terms of, you know, being outspoken. I tried talking to them and appealing to their human side, you know. And I think the thing that struck me the most was when I talked to the youngest one. I'm like, you know, what's going on here? Like, why are you like what's the issue here? And he's like, I just don't think women belong in the army. And that floored me a little bit. You know, for someone so young to have that view, I'm like, where does that come from? Whether it's family or you know, I don't know what they're teaching in school these days, but it really surprised me. Yeah.
Well,
so it's not like I didn't try to resolve this stuff myself, is what I'm trying to say. It's not like I knew that if I couldn't, that there was going to be a problem.
Because ultimately you did then go and report it, didn't you? There was an investigation.
Yeah, so I didn't actually I didn't go with the intent of reporting it. A senior officer in my squadron had asked me what it was like to be a female in the army. And I said to him, don't ask me that question unless you're willing to hear an honest answer. And we spent probably 3 hours till 7 o'clock one night going through, and I just explained what was going on. And he was very surprised and concerned. He, you know, he just wasn't aware. Yeah. So in that respect, that ultimately became a report. He's like, I can't not report this up. This is a reportable incident, and it was taken out of my hands somewhat. Yeah, and then I went on deployment, and then I came back, and when I really tried to think about on those Christmas holidays, you know, how this was going to play out and what I could do, and I ultimately came to the decision that this wasn't a safe environment for me in terms of psychological safety, and my career trajectory was shot. Like it had already taken 3 years to become soldier, and then the career path that they were offering me was just terrible. And then if you think more long term about it, if I'd taken the option that I was probably going to have to take, I would have ended up being an 8-year digger, because when you went to do these other courses and go to this other location, there were no opportunities for you to do promotion courses. So, yeah, to me that was not going to work, because I would also long term be in the position where those boys would be promoted and would be in a position of authority over me. And that's something I was unwilling to tolerate.
Just before I ask you about, I think you're saying I'm at the point where I want to discharge, but just before we get there, can I just ask you about something that you refer to fact-finding investigation in your statement, and you say the fact-finding process was deficient. You also say going through over 3 hours of recorded interviews in one sitting was harrowing. Can you please elaborate on what you experienced and what the outcomes of any of that fact-finding investigation were?
Yeah, so the fact-finding was conducted by someone or a senior officer on from the regiment, although he was new to that regiment. And he was a nice man, like there was nothing wrong with him personally, but there was a decision brief that fed into that fact-finding, and it was part of the request to discharge, and where I'd outlined specific events and timings around things that had happened. And there was, quite a few pages of those events. And the fact-finding process was, I didn't want to go through it. I'm like, can't I just discharge? But rationally, I knew that they would, if I was to discharge early from my return of service obligation, I still had 1 year left out of 6, that they would want a valid reason for that to happen. It was really hard to go through that fact-finding process.
So this is where you're, just so I understand it, this is where you're saying to the Army, I'd like to discharge.
Yes.
You have a return of service obligation of 1 year left.
Yes.
And then you have to go through this, and you explain the reasons for that.
Yes.
And am I right in saying that that's the bullying and harassment that you'd experienced?
Yes.
And then there's a fact-finding investigation after that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
They weren't willing to take just my word for it in the written thing. They wanted to conduct the investigation. I think...
Was your application for discharge supported by your commanding officer?
Ultimately it was, but not before the fact-finding was conducted. So, but the fact-finding was quite harrowing. It was, hours of going through the events of what had happened in the preceding couple of years. And I challenge anyone to, it's recorded, I challenge you to listen and not hear the absolute distress in my voice.
Were you offered any legal or other support?
In terms of legal support, when I submitted the AC85 or the application to discharge, the regiment did say to me, you need to go and see the on-base legal advisor of where I was at that time. I did that, and they were pretty shocked at what was in the application in terms of the the content of why I wanted to discharge. But it was not, the legal advice at that point wasn't that great, I have to say. because I came back to where I was doing this course, and the officer in charge there helped me rewrite that application into a decision brief for the regiment. Yeah.
So you wanted to discharge. You've put in your application. There's been a fact-finding process. Was your discharge request accepted or was it rejected?
It was neither until much later. So it was months.
How long did the process take?
It was months. So it would have been the February early February that I submitted it, and then it wasn't until I'd have to check the date, but it's around June.
Let's not just mention the year, but
just around June, I think, before it was ultimately endorsed by the senior officer at the regiment and supported my, we'd gone through all these fact-finding processes. We had, they had come to see me at the location that I was at, so the senior officers. We talked about it. They had offered me other options in terms of to go to different corps, maybe even and transfer to be an officer, and they were all fine options, right? But I was so vulnerable at that point that I couldn't run the risk of this happening again. Yeah.
Yeah, I think in your statement you sort of say, look, I just wanted to leave.
I had to leave. Yeah. I knew I had to leave.
But just circling back to that question, I understood that after 6 months, I understood that your request was rejected for discharge.
So the application to discharge was endorsed, I think is the right word, from the senior officer at the regiment. It went to Schema, which is the Soldier Career Management Agency within Defence, and they denied it. So the senior officer on base approved, they denied. Yeah.
And from there, you file a redress of grievance with the IGADF?
Yes. So that was my only option open to me. There was nowhere else to go. There was no other mechanism that I could use. So yes, the redress of grievance process is what I went through, and I did have legal assistance to create that document.
And what was the outcome of your redress of grievance?
Well, I didn't get an outcome until I was just much later. It would have been December or January the following year. And I had spoken verbally to the IGADF, and it was very clear to me that that process was for commanders or people in command, and not for someone making a complaint. We talked about timings, and they just said, these are the timings. If you don't like those timings, talk to the Ombudsman. I found them altogether unhelpful, and certainly not a body you would go to make a complaint and have them listen to that and help you through that. That wasn't the case.
Because it's at this time that you submit your address of grievance, but you also write to some people,
yes,
senior people in the army, I think, as well.
So I wrote to...
We won't say who they are, but you wrote to some senior people in the army?
I wrote to some very senior people in the army, and
what was their response?
Well, by writing to them, I asked for them to use their compassion to resolve this situation. Whether you thought I was right or wrong, or whatever else was going on, use your compassion to bring this to a conclusion. And I was basically told, know your place as a soldier and use your chain of command, which which is hilarious because that process wasn't working for me, right? I wouldn't have written to those people if the chain of command process was working. I mean, people don't just normally write to senior officers and for no reason.
And can you please tell the commissioners what the next steps were for you after that, after you received that response? What happened in your life?
Well, it was really interesting. Once the unit had that response from those senior officers, it very much felt like they were taking a hardline approach with me after that. I was unwell by this point, not to the point of major intervention or anything like that, but I had severe memory loss. I had put on weight. I had trouble keeping myself together, like in terms of, I was crying a lot. I had rash on my feet, like all through stress. And, I was very fortunate to have good access to good health care, and the doctors were supportive of me and the situation. What was the question?
Oh, that's okay. No, I was just saying, at this time, I think you're also, and we won't mention what it is, but I think at this time you're also doing some training.
Oh no, the hardline approach, that's right.
It is the hardline approach, and that you mentioned in your statement, and you're doing some training, and you say a hardline approach was adopted.
Yeah. So the doctor had given me some time off work to not parade every day, and I believed I had to go and see a psychiatrist through various processes, and he had given some initial time off. And when the senior officers from the regiment came to see me, they said, "We're not allowing you to have that time off. We won't honour your medical certificates." And I'm like, really? What do you do with that? And so I believe that's what led the place where I was to say, we no longer. That I would have to return back to
The same
the regiment
where you were being bullied before.
Yes, and I was quite hysterical by this point. That was a very challenging time. So my friend from Darwin and her husband had come to visit me. I'd asked to have a support person in the room when the command had come to see me, and they denied that request. I don't know why. That was hard. And then, so I went through those meetings, and I had become very worried about what was going to happen. And when I refused to go back.
That's okay. No, it's no problem.
When I refused to go back to that unit, because I honestly believed it would be a very bad outcome for me psychologically. the senior officer had said to me, well, if you don't come back, we will institutionalise you. And I was really, really worried they were going to do that. So much so that I had my friend and her husband, we took steps to create a medical power of attorney. And you might ask why I didn't use my family. I really needed, my parents are old, and I needed someone who was going to be able to advocate for me if they did that. So I used my very trusted friends. And that's a hard process to go through, to go and do the documentation and get it, signed and whatnot. And with the very real belief that they would end up doing that. Yeah, that I think at that point I was in a very bad place, very bad place. Yeah.
And that's why you appointed Michelle, who's sitting next to you as your support person, as a power of attorney, and so she could make medical decisions for you in the event that you're institutionalised.
Yeah.
I understand what happened very shortly after that is that you were diagnosed by a psychiatrist with depression.
Yes.
And you were given some convalescence leave.
Yeah, so things were getting pretty hairy by that point. I had an individual welfare board, I think they're called. And, the doctor was getting very frustrated. At one point he said to the senior officer from the regiment, he's like, you need to stop harassing this woman. Like, you just need to stop. And, he couldn't believe that they were denying medical certificates and that things were getting to the point that they were. So he came up with a plan. He said, look, she's going back to the psychiatrist. This is the likely outcome. She will need convalescence leave. But ultimately, he said to the people in command, you need to sort this situation out. This is administrative, like you're using the healthcare system to deal with things here, but ultimately you need to sort out that other stuff that's at the IGADF and that schema had,
Rejected your
earlier
request
right.
for discharge.
Yeah.
And it's really from there that I understand from your statement that you go to Darwin.
Yes.
And you're on that convalescence leave, and while you're there, I think you are able to eventually discharge from the army. Are you able to tell the commissioners how that came about?
Yeah, so I went up to Darwin. I stayed with my good friends, and it was good to have that support around me. But it was also, Darwin was very different in terms of my experience of army. They appointed a support officer. I saw the senior medical officer. Within a week of being up there, they made me undergo another PM008, which is a psychological evaluation, which is often used to either keep people in or out of the army. And the transition, I engaged with the transitions major as well. But after that, so they did the PM008. The psychologist said this person needs to discharge either administratively or medically, whichever is faster. So at that point, I was given a 2-week administrative discharge, and I engaged with the transitions chain of command, and they were amazing. I really felt when I got to Darwin that everyone kind of just put their arms around me, and helped me out of the organisation with as much dignity as possible. Like the transitions command knew what had been going on. They were talking to Canberra, and it was pretty clear I was in a lot of distress by that point. Yeah, it was, yeah.
Please take your time.
Yeah. There was a number of interviews and conversations with transitions and the senior medical officer, and it was clear by that point that I wasn't functioning that well, and they recommended that I medically discharge, which in hindsight was a very good thing, because while I didn't want the medical discharge, like for me, there was a big stigma attached with that. I'd been I was fit and healthy prior to coming in. I was fit and healthy during my service until this point, and you don't want to be there's a stigma around being medically discharged, and I didn't want it. But after I'd discharged, I was still unwell. Yeah.
I will ask you about that, but just before we get there was something that occurred throughout your transition process. So once you were being medically discharged, you heard from the IGADF about your redress of grievance.
Yeah, the IGADF wrote to me when I was in Darwin, and via the transitions cell, and they just said, oh, well, now that you're medically discharging, we're not investigating this, or it's no longer important. So that was that, yeah.
Can I then just ask you a little bit about your life after you were discharged? You mentioned a few things. One of the things that stood out to me in your statement was what you referred to as the medication roundabout.
Yeah, so after I discharged, I really wanted to work. I felt like working was really important to try and get back on my feet and re-establish my career. So I was working, but I would have these flares of depression where I'd be okay for a couple of weeks, and then I couldn't get out of bed. I just couldn't. It was like I was paralysed, and it would happen with no warning, and it would kind of take me out for almost a week at a time. And so I engaged with a DBA savvy doctor in Darwin, and he said to me, you're probably going to need medication, because up to that point I'd taken no medication other than temporary things like Valium, like temazepam, to help with sleep and things like that. So they were temporary solutions. Everyone thought I would get better as soon as I'd been removed from the environment that was causing the stress. And it just didn't get better. And yeah, I started on some pretty yucky drugs. So I originally started on Deluxetine or Cymbalta, and it got up to the recommended dose. I think it was 60 milligrams, and that wasn't working, so they put it up to 90 milligrams, which is quite a lot, is my understanding. And it just wasn't working. So I engaged with the doctor referred me to a psychiatrist in Darwin, and I was prescribed another drug to go with the Deluxetine, and I can never say it, it's arazipropol or something like that, and it just had a terrible effect on me. It made me loopy, and I won't go into all the side effects from it, but it was quite terrible. And I was also taking Seroquel at this time, 2 to 3 tablets, just to enable me to sleep. Through those drugs, I actually feel like I lost a year of my life. Like I was like a zombie. I don't know how I went to work for a year. And certainly there was nothing else but work. There were no friends, there were no hobbies, there was no going out. It was putting all my energy into just going to work and functioning. Yeah.
I haven't sort of brought it up as we're going along, but there are instances in your statement where you mentioned that you had suicidal ideation, suicidal thoughts. I think this was one of the times where you said it was perhaps at its sort of worst.
So there's probably three major times. The first one, it happened when I was in a different location to Darwin, and the senior officers had written to me saying, essentially, use your chain of command. I had a call from the Ombudsman that afternoon, which led me to believe that they were operating in tandem. And I had no other option, and I think at that point was the first time I'd had the thought, no plans, no nothing, but it was, I felt so trapped.
So directed.
So that was one instance.
That was the
where you
first,
had
and then there was some pretty heavy times when I was working in that year in Darwin. I was literally like a zombie, and Michelle had a key to my apartment, and I'm quite sure at times she was wondering if I was still going to be alive. At times, yeah, it was that bad. Yeah.
And can I just ask, today I know that you've got a new job and there's a lot that's changed in your life. You know, you certainly, I know that you're still on a journey, but can you just tell the commissioners where you are currently and sort of how you got here?
So can I just say how I ended up in Brisbane?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I got to the point where I was so unwell. My family had said to me, "What are you doing? Like, you look terrible." Like, I'd blown up like a balloon because of all the drugs, and it was just, I knew I wasn't functioning. And so I quit my job and moved to Brisbane, and engaged with a really good doctor in Brisbane, who gave me the time off that I probably should have taken when I first discharged. And I said to him, I'm desperate to come off the drugs. I'm just desperate. And he supported that, and coming off those drugs was very, very difficult. It was, I can only imagine what it's like to be a drug addict, but it was 3 months of laying on my couch being physically sick. And it was just horrible. So I'd done that, and I got to probably mid-year. So I was off the drugs. I was still having these flares of depression though, once I'd come off the drugs. And they were getting really bad, and I deteriorated very significantly in mid-year. And I was exhausted from these flares of depression. Like, I couldn't work. I could not work. I could not do anything else. I was stuck on incapacity payments, which we can talk about later. And it was a horrible existence. Like, you've got no purpose in your life. You're not doing anything. You can't work. Like, yeah, I really deteriorated. And that's probably the worst point in my life where I really, really considered suicide. And it was probably only because of the psychologists that I'd been able to re-engage with. I had one when I was posted in can I say that? Okay?
Let's not say that later.
Where I was posted, and I wasn't able to see her once I left that location, but because of COVID, they allowed telehealth, and that allowed me to re-engage with her, which was great because I didn't have to retell my story, I didn't have to build that rapport, all that sort of stuff again. So it was just slotting straight into receiving care, which was good because I was in absolute crisis at that point. And, I'd had a number of sessions with her, and she was also very worried about me, and got an emergency appointment with a psychiatrist. And I had a reluctance to going back on drugs, like, given my experience. But I think I got to the point where I was like, well, you can either take drugs or you can not live, one of the two. So that becomes a clear choice. And fortunately, the drug, the psychiatrist took a very thorough history, spent a number of sessions with me, and recommended a drug with a very low side effect profile. I mean, it's an expensive drug, but it works. And it was almost life-changing. So after 2 weeks of taking Valdoxan, it like these flares of depression where I just shut down, stopped. And I was able to, start getting back to a bit of normalcy. And after a couple of months, I wanted to work, and I got to the point where I was like, okay, I can work, so let's start applying for jobs and things like that, which was great. And I got a job, which I started early this year, and they've been very, very supportive. Like, obviously, they don't know the detail of what's gone on in my life, but they've been. Given that they're in the defence industry, I was a little bit worried about working with people in defence, but they've been nothing but supportive, and the culture is amazing. So yeah, things are looking up today.
That's very good to hear. In your statement, you've made a number of recommendations. I was going to take you to a few of them, but I sort of note the time, and I think they're actually very clearly kind of well set out in your statement.
Yeah.
Can I just maybe ask, rather than delving into each one, if there's just one thing that you would have liked changed at some point throughout that process, can I ask what it was, what it would have been?
Well, I think there has to be an independent body, someone that an ADF member can use when outside of the chain of command, when you're in almost dispute with what's going on. I think that's really important, because there's no one that will kind of advocate for you, or I just think you need that independence. I mean, I'm quite able to advocate for myself. I'm a strong, intelligent person, but the system doesn't allow me to do that. I was never allowed to, advocate with my chain of command. I had to go through certain people to be able to even talk to them about issues. And I think it's because of my previous work experience that I kind of did at times go right to people and go, that is stepping out. So I was advocating for myself, but it's not the done thing. Yeah.
And when you say somebody independent, I take it not the IGADF, but you're
Oh,
talking
God,
about
no.
something, a different,
No.
sort of, a different level of independence.
Yeah,
somebody
definitely.
outside of the army
Yeah.
system entirely.
Yeah.
Commissioners, are there any questions? I just sort of note the time. Are there any questions that you would like to ask?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're happy to eat into lunch. It is an important discussion. So, Commissioner Brown?
I just had a couple of questions. Firstly, thank you very much for your evidence. At the time when you were going through the fact-finding exercise, it sounds from what you described as though that process essentially forced you to relive the trauma that you had been through.
Absolutely. And not only that, like before getting to the fact-finding interview, I had to talk to the people in command of where I was a number of times to explain to them before I could even submit the paperwork, right? So I must have had to tell that, elements of that story more than 10 times, to various people.
Because, we do emphasise, I guess, the importance of being trauma-informed, and that certainly doesn't sound like it was trauma-informed. I'm just wondering, could you see another way that it, the objective could be achieved without having to recount the story so many times?
It's a good question.
And it's okay if you don't have
Yeah,
an
I actually
answer.
don't know the answer to that.
No, okay. Thank you. And also just to clarify, when at that time when you were told you weren't able to stay wherever it was that you were experiencing the challenges and you were sent back to the previous location, that was actually to the location where you had the bullying and experiences, was it?
Yes.
And was there support offered to you during either of those times, during the fact-finding or at the time of the being sent back to that location? I'm sorry if you did say that and I missed it.
No, I didn't say that. Support, there was the on-base psychologist, but he was more evaluating from like the PM008 process, which is evaluating suitability. It's not a treatment type service. It wasn't until June of that year that I engaged with external psychological support. So from February to June, there wasn't anything.
And again, if you don't have an answer to this question, that's fine, but I'm just wondering, what else may have helped you at that point in time in terms of support? Is there anything that springs to mind that you would have found beneficial at that time?
It's hard because I was in a location where I didn't have, access to my things. They were at a different location. I didn't have any friends in that location. There were fellow classmates for a couple of months, but they graduated and I was still there. So that, I think, contributed to being isolated and alone contributed to a decline in my mental health. Like I was living in the top floor of these lines, which are like Kapuka, and I'm not sure if you've ever been to Kapuka, but they're the big long lines, and there was just me. There was no one else. It was just me on those lines, on that single floor, and there was, the sense of isolation was very real. Yeah.
Okay. And one last question. I know that we're avoiding speaking about specific timeframes, but I just want to, I guess, understand whether this is a relatively recent period of time, because we've been hearing of changes occurring in the Defence Force. And so I guess I'm wondering, are we talking about a relatively recent, and for my mind that would be, say, in the last 5 years.
Oh yes, most definitely.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
Thank you, and thank you again for your evidence. I have one question which again relates to the period when you were being bullied by the younger soldiers. Did any of that behaviour ever occur when a superior in rank to them was present?
No.
Was that deliberate on their part?
Yes.
If there had been a superior ranking officer who'd observed it, would that have assisted you if they had stepped in then and tried to stop it?
It would depend on the superior. Yeah, I think some of them may have, absolutely. Yeah, but they were too smart to do it in front of someone. Yeah.
Thank you.
The worst thing about that, Commissioner, though, is that there were others that were of my own peers that didn't say anything. Whether they were too scared because these people would have targeted them then, which was a very real possibility, or they didn't care. One of the two. Yeah.
Thank you again.
Yeah.
Thank you again for the evidence you've given and for coming forward. It does assist us greatly. I just have one issue I wanted to raise. You mentioned that you actually had medical certificates which you were then told would not be honoured, if I can use that term, and that in fact they were insisting you actually do something other than what the medical advice said you should do. What do you understand the process for that? Is that, I mean, it's not a discussion, it's not something they can appeal. It is a medical certificate that says X, Y, Z. Was any reason or rationale given to you for ignoring that medical advice?
No.
Nothing.
There was no rationale for that, other than that they said they had policy that would enable them to do that. So management of, I think it's wounded, ill and injured soldiers.
Say again?
So they said they had policy that would enable them to do that. I think it's under wounded, ill and injured soldiers, where there is some, within that policy, I believe, allows them to say whether they accept medical certificates or not.
Okay,
I'm not aware. I didn't go and read the policy
I
myself.
I understand. I thought you may know some basis for the decision.
No, there wasn't.
Yeah.
That's why it led me to the conclusion that they were playing hardball. You know, their actions very much felt detrimental to me.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you again for giving evidence today. Any matters arising? Mr. Sheffield?
Can I read my statement?
Yeah, just one. I understand that the witness has prepared a short concluding statement that she would like to read.
I was going to ask Ms McMillan if she had any matters she wanted to raise.
Thank you, Chair, but I don't. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I would like to thank you, Commissioners, all the staff at the Royal Commission and my legal representatives for the support to be here today. It has been an overwhelmingly positive experience given the difficult subject matter. I believe this process is an important part of my own healing, but I also know that meaningful change will not occur unless you hear firsthand the experiences of those like myself. It annoys me that we're sitting here today talking about bullying and harassment and defective administration, which is, in my view, entirely preventable. I would understand the veteran suicide picture a lot more if we were talking solely about the issues such as PTSD, physical and moral injuries as a result of warlike service. I am still at a loss to understand how I went from someone who had an intense desire to serve, from being fully fit and deployable resource, who was never charged. I passed all my courses. I went on every field exercise and deployment asked of me. I did my job, but the institution didn't do theirs. The ADF harmed me in a way I never thought they could. They shattered my core beliefs about human nature. They behaved in unspeakable ways, and they simply didn't uphold their duty of care. It is my sincere belief that real change will not occur in the ADF until people are held to account for their actions, To me, it is the missing link because when I think about it, there were few consequences for the bullies who belittled, humiliated and undermined me for an extended period of time. In fact, they went on to receive positive postings in sought-after positions. There were no consequences for the failure of Schema to consider what was in my best interests and uphold their duty of care to one of the most vulnerable positions, that of a private. There were no consequences for the chain of command's refusal to accept medical certificates provided by medical professionals, and these were the ADF's medical professionals, not mine. There were no consequences for the senior NCO who threatened to institutionalise me as a punishment for not returning to an unsafe environment, and for which there was no medical basis to do so. There were no consequences for the length of time it took the ADF to deal with my case. After a year of bullying and harassment, to then take another year to conclude the situation remains wholly unacceptable to me today and is likely the cause of my eventual medical decline. There were no consequences for the bodies meant to provide assurance that issues will be dealt with. They didn't do their job, and by this I mean Schema, the IGADF, the Ombudsman and the Chief of Army. And because there were no consequences for poor decisions and poor leadership, I have been profoundly impacted. At any point, someone in a leadership position could have said enough, let's resolve this. But they didn't do it. And in my view, they diminished themselves as human beings, they diminished themselves as leaders, and they most certainly diminished the institution they were meant to serve. And if they can't make good decisions at home in peacetime, then how can we have confidence that they'll make good decisions under the pressure of war? The culture of accountability I've just talked about must also be accompanied by a change in the law. The ADF has demonstrated time and time again they cannot be trusted with unfettered employment conditions. Look at previous testimony of family of former serving men and women who have completed suicide. There are points in time in those cases where those young lives could have been saved. Commissioners, I implore you to make a recommendation that builds in legal protections for ADF members. The current mechanisms simply don't work.
Thank you so much, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks to you also, Michelle, for being here today as well. Thank you. Commissioners, that is the evidence of SY5. May she please be released from her summons.
Thank you again. You're released from your summons to appear.
Thank you.
If there's nothing further, we'll adjourn and return at 1:30 then.
All rise. The Royal Commission will now adjourn until 1:30. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Good afternoon, Mr Singleton.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Could I first attend to my role as housekeeper and ask the operator to bring up the postvention tender list from this morning's panel? Commissioners, I tender all of the documents on this list subject to two qualifications. I don't include in the tender any item which is struck through with a line, for example, item 45, and insofar as some are marked as confidential due to copyright, in each case that's marked by way of footnote, I tender the documents only as confidential exhibits.
Thank you. I thought we had tendered them earlier, but we obviously haven't.
Checks have been made and I'm instructed that it didn't occur.
Okay, so subject to those changes, they're accepted as exhibits and will be allocated the next consecutive numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. This afternoon's witness, Commissioners, is Mr Jeff Evans. He's already present in the witness area. Might he be deposed by the Associate?
Mr Evans, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr Evans, could you tell the Commission your full name
Jeffrey Peter Evans.
and what's your current position?
I'm the CEO of Disaster Relief Australia.
You previously a member of the Australian Army from 1994 to 2013,
That's correct.
and you were medically discharged in the latter year.
In 2013, that's right.
In 2013, did you found the organisation Homes for Heroes?
Correct.
And insofar as, in a moment we'll come to a statement with submissions where it says 2012 was the founding date, you correct it to 2013?
That's right.
Were you a member of the Prime Minister's or the Prime Ministerial Advisory Council on Veterans' Mental Health from 2014 to 2020?
Yes, I was.
And today, do you propose to give a presentation that draws from those various experiences along with research in which you have participated?
Correct.
I'll ask the operator to bring up the first page of Mr Evans' redacted statement, which is GEV 00001 0074. Commissioners, I've tricked the operator by calling out of order, and I'm sure they'll recover from my error, which I'll correct by doing something else in a moment. Mr Evans, is that a copy with redaction of the covering statement for your written evidence?
Yes, it is.
I'll ask the operator to go to the next page, 0075. Mr Evans, is that the first of an 18-page document style or titled Submission to the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide, which is a part of or incorporated into your statement of evidence?
Yes, it is.
Finally, in the introductory bits, I'll ask the operator to bring up the tender list for this session. Commissioners, I tender from this list items 1, 2, 4, 5 and 6. I just note with respect to item 6, a so-called Newark's number will need to be added. They are 5 PowerPoint slides that will be presented to you. Sorry, 7 slides that we presented to you during this session.
I think one might have been allocated. I've certainly found it.
There's what's occurred, for clarity, there was an earlier edition of this document which did have a number.
I see.
And 2 extra slides have now been added to the presentation, and that'll need to be processed. Mr. Evans, the matter that led to your medical discharge gives rise to one reason for the way you will present your evidence. Do you wish to mention that to the commissioners?
Yes, it does. In 2010, I was wounded in action by a bomb blast in Afghanistan, which left me with a back injury and a traumatic brain injury. And I was then diagnosed with PTSD. But it does lead me sometimes to lose my place. So occasionally I confuse numbers, and sometimes none of that happens. So if I lose my place, please just bear with me.
You can take your time, Mr. Evans. If you want to pause at any point, we're happy to pause. No one's in a rush.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioners, what's proposed with, subject to your agreement, with Mr. Evans' agreement and with Mr. Fordham's consent, is that Mr. Evans will present in the nature of a presentation as he goes through various diagrams in aid of what he's saying, and otherwise, all of us are invited to ask any clarifying questions, including Mr. Fordham, who might normally be left to the end, is welcome to intervene as he sees fit, with more broad-ranging questions and ones that don't arise from a particular passage of the presentation also able to be asked at the end.
Thank you.
Thank everyone for their cooperation in that approach. Mr. Evans, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioners. I'm going to go through basically a 10-year story of how I got to be here today. And that story starts back in 2013 when I attended an event. It was an Anzac Day event, and I came across a veteran who was the same age as me, which was about 39, I think, at the time. And he was homeless. And I was, what do you mean you're homeless? And he was living in a park near Bondi. And that actually made me so angry that I ended up founding a charity called Homes for Heroes. Now, it didn't have a name for the first 7.5 months that we ran it because I didn't care what we called it. We just needed to get this bloke accommodation, and then we started to find more people who needed accommodation. So I'll talk about that journey through Homes for Heroes. And this chart that I've drawn here, it's not intended to be some clever thing that I've done. It's just how I plotted things in my mind when I listened to the stories of people coming into Homes for Heroes, and I listened to them over and over again because I was running it by myself. I got to know these people very, 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 very well. And every time I listened to their story, they pretty much nearly always follow the same path. And so I'd plot this path in my mind. And then I attended a roundtable with Dr. Bernadette Boss, your predecessor. And at the end of the roundtable, I stood up and I drew it for you. And I said, this is what I think is been happening. And then she asked me to come and present it, and that's how you end up with this production here today. The first thing I'd like to I'm just going to change over here. Can you hear me okay? The first thing I'd like to say is who we're talking about. So who is it that ends up homeless, and who came into Homes for Heroes? And the number I work on is about 80% of veterans do somewhere between okay and thriving. I put that number out at the Ministerial Joint Transition Authority roundtable back in October, and no one disagreed with it. So my opinion is about 20% of veterans end up on what I call the slippery slope here, is a downward trajectory towards homelessness and suicidality, and it's really, really struggling. So it's an important message to tell, because that means 4 out of 5 veterans go on and transition quite successfully, or can do so with support. And that's not often the message that we get when we talk or think about veterans in Australia. The other thing I would say is that there currently is no consistent measure of well-being, and that's a problem, because if we had a consistent measure of well-being right across the defence community, which includes ex-service organisations, defence, DVA, we would have something to measure against, and we'd be able to share lessons and share information and share what works and what doesn't work. I'm aware that there is work going on to define this, but for the purposes of this, when I thought about well-being, it's whatever you think it means. Is the person generally well and having a functional and productive life? So what would tend to happen is people coming into Homes for Heroes would leave the Defence Force, and they would always report this sense of loss, loss of self, loss of purpose, loss of identity. This was back before we knew about sub-threshold mental illness, perhaps occurring way back here while they were still serving. They would come out, they would have this real intense sense of loss, and I would describe it as despondency, and they would find things could start to escalate quite quickly for them. So I know when you look at the suicidality prevalence studies that says about 90% of people in the ADF who have been suicidal suffer mental illness, but I never had one person come into Homes for Heroes that didn't have a mental illness. So they can come out, they become just despondent, and then if they don't have good treatment and they don't have a new sense of purpose and mission, and I'll go on to talk about why you need both of these things more shortly, they would start on what I call the slippery slope, and that is despondency and loss of self becomes depression, and then depression leads to more drinking, and then more drinking leads to problems with the family, and then you're on your way down. So just with a couple of these things. So substance abuse with the people who are coming in for Homes for Heroes, remember these people are very, very unwell. They don't usually actually enter Homes for Heroes until they hit a crisis point, okay? So I'm talking about people who've come out of defence and they're on their way down to a crisis point, and when they hit crisis, then you're looking at homelessness, and just a little bit further down the road from homelessness is suicide. So things start to spiral. They're not well. Substance abuse is usually alcohol in particular, prescription medications, a lot of doctor shopping, usually often a combination of alcohol and prescription medications, illicit drugs, and then just as I was leaving Homes for Heroes in around 2016, we started to see some of the younger fellas using ice. Financial problems. Now, a lot of people come out of the ADF and they don't realise they have these amazing skills, and they don't realise that they transfer into civilian life. We actually do teach people how to run business, and we teach them how to do all sorts of things, but they just don't know it because we call it different things. But the big issue with finance problems is it feeds back into this cycle of despondency and loss of self, and I used to be someone and now I can't even pay the bills and I'm no good, and they're continuing to decline. And the other major issue is physical health problems. So it might seem self-evident, but what I would see happen here is physical health problems can absolutely become mental health problems over time. And if, for example, you were to get a bad advocate, a bad DVA advocate to lodge you and help with your claims, and you came in because you've got a really bad knee, and I have seen this happen, you could probably get your knee accepted fairly quickly and get treatment for it. But some advocates will go from head to toe, and they will say, okay, we're going to get you PTSD, anxiety, depression, hearing loss, and suddenly where you needed treatment for your knee, you're jammed up in the system. And what could have been sorted out fairly quickly is taking a very, very long time, and then people start to feel that, well, the system is fighting me. They become very, very, very angry, and this snowball effect is starting to happen, and the whole time they're in pain, and they're not getting the treatment they actually went to see. The other thing is, and this is really important to remember, as you move down what I call the slippery slope, your ability to access assistance decreases. So by the time you're coming, these effects are starting to snowball towards a crisis point, you can access help up here probably. As these factors start to compound, your ability to access care decreases, and by the time you're hitting crisis point, you really can't look after yourself and you can't access care. I've seen all sorts of veterans sitting in front of their DVA paperwork, and they just can't fill it out. They want to, they're actually capable of doing it, in the sense that if they weren't unwell, they could do it, but they just sit there staring at it. And that's certainly how I was when I was discharged. I just couldn't do it. So advocates are important, but good advocates are really, really important. Just another couple of things I want to point out here. So, as people left the military, there was this turning point. There was absolutely a turning point. They came out and they started to turn down, and then despondency and loss of sense of self and purpose started to manifest as mental illness, and then they started drinking, and things are starting to build. what we learnt from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, AHURI, anyway, it was the study into contemporary veteran homelessness, is that the risk period here, the greatest risk of becoming homeless is actually within 1 year. And I know in my statement it says 2 somewhere. That's incorrect. It is within 1 year. And when you look at the suicidality prevalence study, it's the danger period is within 3 years of getting out. I just have to refer to my notes because I forget things and I don't want to miss anything. So not everyone who gets out will become homeless within 1 year. And there's a couple of things that can actually prolong the decline in wellbeing. And firstly, I come back to saying...
Sorry, Mr Evans, just before you move to the second chart, on the first chart, there's this, what you've called a slippery slope, and it has, I think, about 4 matters on the steepest part: mental illness, substance abuse, financial problems, and physical health decline. Do they necessarily occur in that order?
No, not at all. They're just, I call them compounding factors. So there's other risk factors that are identified: 18 to 24 or 18 to 27, less than 1 year of service, lower rank. These things I'll talk about later. They appear over here. These compounding factors, and these are the ones I would see nearly every time, are not in any particular order. They just all get wrapped up with each other, and you continue down this snowball. It's a good question.
Commissioners, what I'll attempt to do as we go is call out the diagram numbers. So we've dealt with figure 1, and we're now moving to figure 2, which appears on page 6 of the written submission, so people can follow it in that way if they wish.
So again, the important thing to point out here is the green line, and that is the majority of people coming out defence make a successful transition. It's very important to remember that, because it's not the image of veterans that we get in Australia. So what can prolong the decline in wellbeing? Well, in my experience is, first of all, someone might leave defence, get a really good job. They go into an industry that they like the job, but if they've got underlying mental health issues, they're going to manifest sooner or later. And the time period I refer to, and you'll see I've put 20 years down here, is if you look at the Vietnam veteran generation, the peak of claims for that generation was 20 years after the war. And what that tells me is that they held it together for 20 years of suffering and living a hard life before they finally either, I don't know, they finally sought help or something happened to facilitate them lodging a claim with the Department of Veterans Affairs. So things can prolong the decline, absolutely. So the first is they move into meaningful engagement, they like what they do, but they've got underlying mental health conditions. The second one is if they've got clinical treatment because they recognise that they've got issues and they're getting help for it, but they don't have any meaningful engagement. Without a reason to get out of bed in the morning, my experience is you can get clinical treatment, but you will not move on to a successful transition unless you have a purpose in your life. Remember, we derive so much of who we are from what we do. And when you're in the military, these things are really intensified. And when you leave it and you lose it, people just, they lose their entire sense of self. A psychiatrist once said to me that some people get so wrapped up in their military identity that when they leave, they only see shadows of what they used to be. They can't see any other image of themselves. So this is where I work now, is with meaningful engagement. The treatment available to veterans is actually quite phenomenal if you can access it. And remember, the more you move down this slippery slope, the more unwell you become, your ability to access a treatment becomes more difficult.
Mr Evans, while we're on this chart 2, the heading of the big chart that you're pointing to is prolonged decline in wellbeing, and I wanted to clarify the meaning of prolonged.
Yeah.
Is it right? Sorry, you go ahead.
So the studies say that the riskiest time for a veteran to become homeless is within 1 year of leaving the service, and the riskiest time for suicidality is within 3 years. But if the peak of the bell curve for Vietnam veterans was 20 years later, something had to prolong their decline. And not everyone becomes homeless within 1 year. So I'm just pointing out that there are things that seem like they're good things, and going to a job you really like is a good thing. But if you have underlying mental health conditions, you are prolonging, perhaps not the inevitable, but the likelihood that is going to manifest in some way. And you'll talk to veterans who say, I could hold it together at work, but when I come home, I just crash. And that is this in action where they either have an underlying mental health condition or they're at home and just drinking beer on the lounge. They don't have a meaningful thing in their life. So these things, are good things and necessary things to do, but you need them both. If you've got an underlying condition, physical or mental, you need to get the treatment, access treatment, but you also need a reason to get out of bed in the morning. And that was an overwhelming experience I had at Homes for Heroes because it was really well resourced. We raised funds quite easily. I could provide food, clothing, pretty much anything we liked. But the one nut I couldn't crack was a reason to get up in the morning. It was the hardest thing is to find them purpose.
So if you've got meaningful engagement and you've got clinical treatment or no underlying conditions, decline can be averted or delayed. But if you've only got one of those factors, it'll delay it but not prevent it. Is that
Chances
right?
are, yeah.
Yes.
So the decline to crisis point is not inevitable. You can get off this slippery slope at any point with these things in place. And I am living proof. I left the military. I had absolutely lost my sense of self. I was really unwell, and I had both these things. And I went down this slippery slope. But at some point, I got off because I found a sense of purpose in helping others through Homes for Heroes, and now what I do with DRA. And I got really good clinical treatment.
Please carry on.
What's that, sorry?
Please carry on. Sorry to interrupt.
No, not at
Go
all.
to figure 3 on page 7.
At any point you can off-ramp, You just need these two factors in play. So people come out of defence, they start on this downward trajectory and then this trajectory picks up speed. Remember, we're talking about a 20% perhaps of people leaving the ADF, in my experience, would be on this trajectory. And they continue down and things are snowballing for them. Their ability to access care is decreasing. And at some point they hit a crisis. Now, the most common crises that we saw were suicidality, hospitalisation, but the two largest predicators were trouble with the law, which is a study we did later. I mean, this reflected my experience, 5.8 times more likely if you have trouble with the law to end up homeless. Or family breakdown. And in my experience, family breakdown was the number one predicator of homelessness. The study found 7.6 times the factor to increase the likelihood. And I will say that, I was a commando working in Afghanistan, and then a few years later I was running a homelessness program. It's not something that I ever set out to do. It certainly wasn't something I ever thought I'd be doing. It was about 8 months into my time at Homes for Heroes that I got a call from a wife, and she said to me, look, my husband's just got back from Afghanistan, or not just got back, he'd been back a little while, and he's drinking all the time, he's beating me, he beats the kids, can you take him? And that was the first time I'd spoken to the other side. In that case, it was a wife. I got similar calls from mothers, but usually the overwhelming people coming into Homes for Heroes were male. And often I would speak to their spouse. And what I found was, it was just astonishing to hear what they had been through. I'm embarrassed now to look back and say, wow, I didn't consider the other side. But what those families had been through was absolutely phenomenal. And there was a couple of bits to it. Firstly, that their sacrifice was completely unrecognised. Everyone was like, oh, the poor veteran and the partners, do you have any idea what we've been through over the last however long? And often they needed support, and everything they wanted was available. They just had no idea how to get it. Now, we're going back to 2016, so my understanding is the system has come a long way, and that's probably something that needs to be looked at further. But I'm not an expert on where the system is at now with helping partners. I just know that when anyone came into Homes for Heroes, usually the last straw was family breakdown. And if we tracked back and did more to support that family and keep them together, that would have been the best investment in time, money and effort we could have made, because once the family unit goes, then things really turn bad very quickly. Not every person that came into Homes for Heroes was a crisis point. They become homeless at various times, but nearly every suicide attempt we had was when they were in crisis. So usually they'd hit crisis point, we'd get a call from an ex-service organisation, from a hospital, sometimes from police. Can you come and get them? We'd come and pick them up. And we would bring them back to Homes for Heroes, which is at Narrabeen. And now what we learned there is that if someone is like that acutely suicidal, the correct place for them to be is in hospital. So we would call 000, send them to hospital, and then they would be released within usually 24 hours. So I think the fastest turnaround from Manly Hospital was about 4 hours. And I made 3 trips to pick up veterans from Manly Hospital, and every time I got in the car to go and get them, I was so anxious, I was feeling nauseous, having to drive up there to pick them up. But if not us, then who? The answer's no one. And that's not an indictment on Manly Hospital, it's simply the fact that the public health system is not set up to deal with mental illness. And what we also found is that private clinics, and even the ones that were contracted to the Department of Veterans Affairs, would not take someone who was like acutely unwell, especially if drugs and alcohol were in the mix. So we found we'd actually have to sell the veteran into the private clinic to get them in and get them accommodated, because they were far too unwell to be not in hospital at that point. In fact, the space that Homes for Heroes predominantly operated in was people were not quite sick enough to be in hospital, but too unwell to look after themselves. And then when they came in, often we'd stabilise them over a couple of weeks or get them into one of the private clinics we had good relationships with as quick as we could. And then within 2 weeks, that acute suicidality would resolve. We'd move on to trying to get them additional treatment and assistance. And again, people in crisis, they can't help themselves. They cannot resolve the issues they're facing alone. Now, excuse me 1 second. So the other thing I learned from my time at Homes for Heroes is what I call the rule of thirds. And that is a third of people coming into Homes for Heroes tended to be younger, and with treatment and a bit of stability around them and some purpose would bounce back quite quickly and would go on and move on and get a job or move on and do something else. A third would be on the long road to recovery, and you never really know which way they're going to go. You can provide them lots of opportunity, lots of treatment. Some of these guys will have been into the private clinics 18 times. They use it as a bit of a respite before they're discharged back into the same circumstances they were in when they entered. And you just never really know. It's going to be a very long road. And then there was a third that were never going to recover no matter what we did. And nobody seemed to want to accept that is a reality. And there were two men who came into Homes for Heroes who were roughly the same age as me at the time, about 39, and they died. They didn't commit suicide. They died because the combination of alcohol and medications and just they were so chronically unwell, and we never stopped trying to help them. But when I think back, I just cannot, even now, 10 years later, think of anything else we could have done. And then you see all the older veterans from World War II up at Narrabeen, because it's called the War Vets Village, who, they start drinking schooners at 10 o'clock in the morning. They've been doing it for a very long time. You're never going to change it. So there was a third that we were never going to help. And the best you can do for them is find them a safe place to live out their life as they choose to live it. And that space I still think has not been found, and it's not really recognised that sometimes that's the best you're going to do. For the people who come in and bounce back, it's a third, it's a rarity, but every time it happened, it made all the rest of it worth it. Because this was the hardest work I ever did, working at Homes for Heroes, working with people who were acutely unwell. I was still trying to recover from my own injuries. It's not something I wanted to do, but everyone that bounced back made it worth it. Any questions?
I'll just move to figure 4 on page 9 of the report.
So if you think about people in the ADF, they're generally healthier than the rest of the population, and they should be. where's the population? Because of the healthy soldier effect. They're screened, they're selected, they should be healthier than the rest of the population. But what we learned from the suicide prevalence studies in the ADF, if you're 18 to 24 years old, of a lower rank, discharged against your will, particularly medical discharge, where do you think you are on the well-being scale? You know, when you come out of the ADF, you're already well and truly on the slippery slope. You've got far less to fall before you're in crisis. So that was, I remember I was sitting on the Prime Minister's Advisory Council on Veterans' Mental Health when that first, I think it was a Senate inquiry came out, and we discovered it was 18 to 24-year-olds. Back then, all the transition support in the ADF was actually the longer you served, the more support you got. So it was quite a shock for everyone to learn it was 18 to 24-year-olds. I think the prevalence study says 18 to 27, but young and not serving for very long. So it's just a point to note that whilst most people in the ADF should be healthier than have better wellbeing than the public, there are certain demographics which we have identified that are coming out way lower on the wellbeing scale when they leave. So just another couple of quick points. Because of the rule of thirds, in that a third will not recover, a third's going to be the long road. I learned it's too late once people are in crisis. It's way too late. Their whole life is unravelled by the time they get down here. You've got to start from scratch. Accessing medical care. These veterans will have been in transients all over the place, seeing different doctors at different medical centres. So here we'd have our own set of GPs at the local medical practice, and we'd book a 2-hour consult just to get their paperwork started and try to figure out, what's going on with you, because they're just all over the place. If you don't have a home, you can't administer your life. You can't even do the basic things. So it is too late when they're in crisis. And this what I call the tipping point here, when they would relate their stories back to me, I'd always hear their story and then they come out of defence, and there's always this point at which things started to turn down a bit with loss of self, despondency and that sort of thing. And, that is the time to intervene, or before then. This is before we knew we had longitudinal studies that said, hey, we can actually pick up issues here and track them down to here 4 or 5 years later. But not later than, as soon as they leave. Now, the Joint Transition Authority's approach now, and I didn't hear it well stated the other day, but I've certainly heard it stated in other meetings, is actually we need to start preparing people for transition when they first join, not when they leave. It's too late. It's too late here. Things like building links into community, establishing positive role models, realising that you may not be in the ADF for your whole life. And I'll talk more about that with what I do now. The other thing is, just from my time at Homes for Heroes, I cannot overemphasise, treatment is available. If you're down here, treatment is available with assistance, but without purpose, you're just not going to get there. I mean, some will. It's not a black and white statement, but you need purpose. You need a sense of self. You need a reason to get up in the morning, and when you need the support, it has to be there for you.
Could I just put something on the record there, and get you to clarify for me, Mr. Evans, or confirm this? You mentioned the need to establish certain measures, like establishing links with the community back here, and you drew a mark on just at the beginning of the green wiggly line marked ADF. Is that right?
Yeah. Yep.
And just so that when people read the transcript, they'll now know. So the point is that it's before a person's discharged that those measures need to start coming into place.
well before. So when we go on to talk about what I do now, what we've put to the government and we've spoken with the Joint Transition Authority about is people should be doing these things right throughout their career. So just before COVID hit, we were about to put 100 recruits from ADFA on the ground to do volunteering in Batlow. My organisation works with the ADF during operations. We're just about to do our first joint training activity. We work with the soldier transition seminars. We work with the soldier recovery centres. And the idea is to establish these touch points throughout a soldier's career so that when they get to the end of it, they realise, actually, it's not over. I can go on to continue to serve. continue to serve the country, which is why people join. Everyone in the Australian military is a volunteer. They join to serve. People don't join the military to kill other people. They join to help people. And when they lose that, they lose their reason for being. They lose their sense of purpose. But I'll talk a bit more about that in the next bit. Any other questions? That's my last slide. Okay, so we'll go to slides now. Thank you. Okay, so in 2016, I had got Homes of Heroes to the point where I knew it wouldn't fail. The organisation needed to exist. And as I said, it wasn't something that I had ever wanted to do. It was certainly making me unwell. And I was ready to move on, and I was going to go and work in the corporate world. And then a friend of mine reached out and he said, have a look at this organisation. It was called Team Rubicon at the time. He said, what they're doing is they're getting veterans and they're redeploying them in disaster zones. And I really did not think Australia needed another ex-service organisation at the time. In fact, I thought it was the last thing they needed. And I wasn't overly interested. But the more I looked at it, the more I realised, well, this is an organisation that is only offering a sense of purpose to people leaving the military. They only offer you the opportunity to serve others. And, you know, with my time in Homes of Heroes and knowing what I missed from the military, I became interested. And now I'm the CEO, and I've been there since we started, and now we're 5 years old. So I knew we were on the right track. Actually, I'll just back up. So this picture is a picture that was texted to me during Black Summer. It's taken down near Cobargo. And the thing about that picture is it looks just like a war zone. That looks like it could have been taken just outside of Kiev yesterday. You know, so soldiers' skills are ideally suited to the disaster environment. And I remember looking at this picture and saying, "Wow, that looks like Fallujah or Iraq, Fallujah or Afghanistan or any other city that's been destroyed by war." I'll just tell you a story. During the 2019 floods, I went up to Townsville, and I went out onto the ground with one of our strike teams, and there was a pensioner whose house had been completely submerged. Her house was, I don't know, maybe a bit bigger than a shipping container, made of Besser block, and it had been filled up with sewage, and as the water drained, it just piled all of her possessions up against the glass doors. And now that pensioner, who was a very elderly lady, came to our base and asked us to go with her back to her house. And we sent a strike team out there to help her, and I went out with them. And when they opened her doors, it was very, very hot, and the smell of sewage and seeing all of her possessions, she actually crumbled to the floor and started crying. And a couple of the team picked her up and put her in a car and drove around the corner to have a coffee, and then everyone else just went straight at the place, and everything that could be recovered it was cleaned out, it was smelling of Dettol. And when that lady came back, she was joking with us and saying, you know, I'm upset because I can't bake you cookies. Later that night, we went back to the forward operating base, and the team that had been there was rotating out that night, and I'm listening to them just doing a debrief before they leave. And there was a young female Navy veteran, I'll just call her Anna, who spoke about her experience, and she said, she actually burst into tears. She said, look, this is the first time since I left the Navy 2 years ago that I haven't had a panic attack. And I just remember thinking, if I could just wrap up what I've seen just today and show it to the world, people would understand, you know, the power of Disaster Relief Australia and the power of putting veterans into these scenarios. And I've seen this play out over and over again, because we've had a lot of disasters over the last 5 years where people are completely overwhelmed. Now, the emergency services come in, they do an amazing job. They are response agencies and they leave. DRA turns up in the recovery phase, and there's really no one else there. So we don't turn up to an incident, we turn up to a person, and that person is completely overwhelmed. And you know, we do whatever we can for them, and you see them change throughout the day. Now, it's not that we can do everything they physically need, but we actually help them take the first step in their recovery. And once they've taken one step, they can take another, and they take another. And the veterans see the value they have and the impact they have on these people. And it's just an intensely powerful thing to be a part of. The other thing I would say about soldiers, I said, you know, soldiers don't join the military to kill people, they join it to help people. I saw more humanity in war than I saw anything else. I did 2 tours of East Timor and 2 of Afghanistan, and absolutely saw soldiers put their lives on the line over and over again to protect people and help people. And I remember what it's like to see them get hit. And when I see veterans portrayed in certain ways, or suiciding, you know, it makes me feel the same way. So over 5 years, what we've learnt is the best way to actually help a veteran is to ask them to help somebody else. If you turn up to a veteran's house and say, I'm here to help you, not interested. But if you turn up and say, can you help them, they'll be out the door very, very quickly. Excuse me for a second. So Disaster Relief Australia taps into the reasons people join ADF in the first place, and that is a sense of service, wanting to contribute, wanting to help people, especially when they need it the most, and I guess a sense of adventure, and it allows people to meaningfully use their skills and experience, because somewhere like that in Cobargo, we don't tightly define what we can do. We say, look, you've got 2 cars and 6 people, head down to Cobargo and do the best you can. There'll be 20 people following you up in a week, and that appeals to a sense of adventure, and the difference you can make on those people's lives cannot be underestimated. So we're not just military, it's very deliberate. If we were, we'd just be a closed boys club that drinks and talks about the war all the time. So we've got lots of emergency services people in DRA. We've got a lot of family members of veterans in DRA, and that's very important. So one of the things the military does, and I've seen it in other ESO models, where we take amazing people, train them immaculately, deploy them overseas, they have this amazing experience with their mates, and they go home, they can't relate it to anybody. So we will, and do, take a veteran, deploy them with their partner, their son, their daughter. I deployed with my daughter. Sometimes not the same strike team, so they can have their own experience, but they're on the same deployment together. They have an incredible experience together. They go home, they can relate it to each other. And shared experience builds relationships. Sometimes people ask, well, you know, just deploying people with PTSD into a disaster zone make people sicker. And the answer to that is no, because people who have reached their cumulative exposure in the workplace tend to have a lot of anxiety about what goes on in the workplace and about being exposed to things. We are not responding into disaster zones. We're coming in much later and working with people, and it actually has the opposite effect. It has a desensitizing effect on people. It reduces anxiety. They don't have to fight the system. It's okay not to be okay. We've got a very healthy culture around self-care and looking after yourself and looking after each other. And my experience is it has the exact opposite effect. Next slide, thanks. So I put this up there because it's just a very contrasting image to the way we normally think about veterans. So military on the right and veterans on the left. And right now I've got just over 40 veterans deployed in Coraki in northern New South Wales, doing an absolutely amazing job, and I'll show you some testimony from that a bit later. But one of the things that DRA seeks to do is change the narrative around what it means to be a veteran, because if you say veteran in Australia, it instantly conjures up an image of a really old person or a really broken person, a broken young person desperately in need of charity, and that's not the true image. Even veterans facing significant challenges have something to contribute. And there are exceptions to that where people are so unwell they need to be in hospital, but with the right support and the right purpose, they can recover. But that is not the image of the Australian veteran we think of. But that is far closer to the truth than someone really old or someone really broken. And it's not just in Australian society. You know, if I say to someone, you know, that I don't know, and they find out he used to be in the military, the first questions they ask is, do you have PTSD or have you killed anyone? I think the narrative that all veterans are broken is a dangerous one, because employers are going to think they're taking on a problem. And often we have to change that perception in the veterans' minds themselves, because they think they're broken and they think that they have nothing else to contribute. And then we send them out into these environments. And not only did they learn that they have skills and experience that maps perfectly into this environment, but they have value. They matter. And the skills and experience they learn can be meaningfully used. And what that really gives them back is their self-confidence, because they lose it when they lose their sense of self and their sense of identity. And I've seen so many veterans say words to the effect of, I wish I had found this before I fell so far. Next slide, thanks. And again. And again. So I really just put these, next slide please. Just put these images in to just contrast the image that is often portrayed of the Australian veteran with what I see out on the ground. And, you know, I see people who are absolutely phenomenally skilled and experienced, who, if given the opportunity, can go on to have a meaningful life. Next slide, thank you. So I'll just give some time to read that. So I guess the most important part of this whole statement is simply the first sentence. I realise that I help people more than I help myself. All I did was give that veteran the opportunity to serve others. That's it. I simply asked him to help other people. And he worked very hard up in Willawarrin, which was destroyed in Black Summer, to do that. So we have veterans come in ranging from really well to really unwell. And we say to them, look, you are not a victim. Pick up the chainsaw or sit at that computer and go and help those people. They've just lost everything. They are victims, you're not. And that sounds like tough love, but it's not. It's about trying to, it is about inspiring people to want to be better and to get back on the horse. You cannot penalise someone into being better. So if you have someone that's on the slippery slope and they get onto a DVA pension and you try and turn the screws to force them back into work, they will just get sicker. They'll dig in their heels and absolutely get sicker. So you don't take that support away, but you can inspire people. And I've got so many instances of young veterans who were really unwell, who came in and were inspired by the impact they could make on a community, and then went on to have, you know, a really productive life, working in whatever career they've moved on to. And that story of hope has to be told. 3 days ago, I was asked by one of my members that I met in Brisbane doing the floods to call a young Army lieutenant who left the military not very long ago. And he ran a patrol base up in the Chora Valley. And anyone that can run a patrol base up in the Chora Valley, you know, should be able to keep Russia out of the Ukraine. And he's at home doing nothing. And I rang him up and I said, you know, we've got this massive mission going on in Corokai. I need strong leaders. Are you up for it? And so he's deploying next week. So there's a live test case, and I'd invite the commissioners and anyone else in the room to visit one of our forward operating bases and see it for yourself, and listen to, every night we have a debrief and go around, listen to people. Did you have any light bulb moments? You know, did anything drop for you today? And it's just incredibly powerful to listen to that. It's my favourite time in DRA. So as I said, I may not have said it, we've proposed a national veteran volunteering service to the government. So DRA is a national organisation, but we'd like to be much, much bigger because there are so many veterans out there, and the disaster landscape, you know, when the response phase is over, that recovery space in particular, but even work in resilience, is very, very empty. And we are usually the last people on the ground for a very long time, working with communities and making a huge difference. So that proposed National Veteran Volunteering Service, it dovetails into some of the things that the Joint Transition Authority have picked up on, which is, you know, that opportunity to continue to serve the nation. I'd like to see it go almost towards an obligation to continue to serve the nation, so that people realise, hey, I'm not going on the scrap heap when I leave the military. There are other things that I'll be moving on to. Links into community, so that's both into the veteran community. The best person to help a veteran transition is another veteran, but they've got to be a positive role model. And if things get, you know, if you tap into negativity, things can get very negative, and there are a lot of negative veterans groups out there, and it's just, it's very, very, very unhealthy and unhelpful for people trying to transition. And the other part of it, as I said, is working with people as they go through their career, so that by the time they come to the end of their ADF career, they're not thinking, well, that's it, I'm done. They can go on, continue to serve. There's opportunities to come in and out of DR, or they go on to some other meaningful employment. Next slide, thanks. So the important part of this is the final themes and sub-themes. So every day on a DRA operation, we ask someone walking past the door at the end of the day, can you come in and just write whatever you think? And we sent over 300, and we call that a reflection. So we sent over 300 of those reflections off to Military and Emergency Services, Mental Health Australia, MESHA, and we asked them to just do a thematic analysis. This is what they come up with. Now, we collected the data, so this would not meet the standard of a peer-reviewed, wholly independent finding, but it is. It was an independent review. Just when we collected the reflections, we never really anticipated doing this with them, but it was very interesting. And so with over 300 people writing what they thought for the day, this is the type of thing they came back with. So they really appreciated that there was a new way to serve, facing adversity. So it's very powerful to have someone come into the organisation who is having a tough time, but then send them to go and help someone who has lost everything and is uninsured. That really puts things into perspective, and then to help that person and make a real difference in their day. And what we start to see as an operation continues is the people we help will come into our forward operating base at the end of the day and be part of the debriefing session. And you'll have people saying to the veterans, you guys turned my life around, thank you so much. And then the veterans will say, no, it was an absolute privilege to be able to help you. I can't tell you how much you've changed my life, thank you. And they're almost in an argument over who should thank who. So finding a sense of purpose, I keep talking about purpose, living on hope, and then the culture. And culture is king with DRA. Can I just get the next slide? I'll just note the date. This is 2 days ago. So people will ask, well, why don't people just join the police or the RFS or the SES? And they do. In fact, I spoke to the previous Federal Veterans Affairs Minister, Darren Chester, 2 days ago, and he was saying in his experience, the best transitions he saw from uniform was when people ended up in another uniform. And I agree with that. But it is different. You talk to any veteran, they'll say, look, I speak to someone else in the ADF or who was a veteran, and they just get it. I don't have to explain everything, they just get it. And that's about being culturally appropriate. And that's a very important thing. So we bring these people together in a very positive and forward-looking and service-focused environment with people who just get it and inspires them to go on to greater things. And I've never, I've been doing this a long time now. I haven't seen anything more powerful than what I do. Which is to put veterans together in a disaster recovery environment, helping others. Just last year I was flying over to Perth to give a presentation to the Minderoo Foundation, and I was listening to Andrew Twiggy Forrest Boyer lectures. He does, every year the ABC does a series of 3 lectures from a prominent Australian, and the last lecture was about passive welfare. He grew up in an Indigenous community, and passive welfare came in when he was in his teens, and it just destroyed all of his friends, who very quickly, ended up with the issues you see on this slope. And I'm worried about a passive or a welfare approach as opposed to a wellness approach with veterans. And I think we need to be very cautious. The safety net has to be there. It absolutely does. I have needed it. It needs to be there. It needs to have no holes in it, but it needs to be that. And soldiers coming out of the military need to understand there are opportunities for you to continue to serve, and they are willing. They just need the right place, the right support, and the right opportunity. Thank you. That's the end of my testimony.
I've got no additional questions, Commissioners. I yield to you and Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Evans. That was terrific to hear. Can I just ask a couple of questions? One is, you said you've put a proposal to government for a national veteran volunteering service. Have you had any response to that?
No formal response, ma'am. We put it to them in a budget submission just recently, so it'll still be part of the budget process at the moment. No formal response.
Okay, that's great. And then the other question I wanted to ask was just in terms of, and you were at great pains to point out on a couple of times that this is kind of not formal peer-reviewed evidence that you've collected, but have you done any evaluations other than just the qualitative thematic analysis?
No, unfortunately we haven't, but we've just got a grant from Movember to do exactly that. Because, anecdotally, we know what's going on, but we've got to put the evidence base there. So it's the first time we've been able to secure a grant to do the research to show it.
But you've very clearly articulated some of the kind of components that are well known to be important in terms of a kind of life, and that's, connection, identity, meaning and purpose, to have agency and empowerment. Altruism is important. And hope, and you've encapsulated all of those in what you've described, so thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Douglas?
Again, thanks from me very much for the positive message you put out there. I was wondering, do you liaise with bodies like the state SESs? And say when the Army is deployed in a natural disaster, do you liaise with the Army as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So it depends on jurisdiction, yes. But yes, we do. We especially where we haven't operated before, we come in quietly, tread softly, because it can be a politicised landscape. So we're just very careful not to be seen as a threat. And then when people realise we work mostly in recovery, that's just really hard work. You talk pulling carpet out and stuff and taking out wet mattresses that they're doing up there. That everyone's happy to have us there, and then they start to realise that we actually have a higher level of command and control capability, incident management. We've got a range of technology not available to most state governments because we bring it straight off the battlefield and then adapt it. And our reputation grows operation by operation. But yes, we absolutely plug into the local services, and we're working with the ADF right now.
The other operation I became slightly familiar with early last year was the National Critical Care and Trauma Response Centre based in Darwin, which is funded by the federal government to respond to, natural disasters and also man-made incidents. Have you had any dealings with it?
Only that we have members in it. Yeah, right. We do work across Southeast. We've done work all around the world, and we will continue to do that. COVID slammed it all shut, but we haven't got as far as working with an organisation at that level yet.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. I can only thank you for your message of hope and optimism, and I think we can certainly use that. I just had one issue I wanted to discuss. You mentioned, and I think I'm aware, that you have some of your people are actually police, not military. What percentage would that be, do you think?
So we aim for about 80% veteran. In police, I know about 8% of our people are partner of veteran. I can get back to you with the exact percentage, but if I was going to guess, I'd say probably, 6 or 7%.
Well, the reason I'm asking, I guess, is certainly some of the problems that we have seen in veterans, I suspect, or I know, exist very much in law enforcement and sometimes emergency services generally. It is a great initiative, and all we can do is thank you for everything you're doing, and hopefully today has been a change of tone, if you like, in terms of being optimistic and giving people hope. We've had some bad stories, and this is something for people to look forward to and to aspire to, I think.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll just say there's two reasons we have emergency services. One is they bring a lot of skills and experience to us, but also because we know they have the same issues that veterans face. They absolutely do. The illnesses with PTSD, anxiety, depression, all of it, it manifests the same no matter where you got it. And I actually didn't mention it, but one of the things I learned early on is that, service is enough, So I see this sense of guilt for people who got injured in training, and they'll say, I only got injured in training. Well, it doesn't actually matter where you got injured. You were still injured. You still lost your career. You're still, you're going to have a career in the army, and you left. The illness manifests exactly the same, but they've got this additional guilt attached to it.
Thank you. Mr. Douglas. Yeah.
I've just been reminded of one other issue I wanted to raise with you. I have heard a veteran who helped himself, he thought, by becoming involved in a voluntary rescue organisation. And he said to me, which I thought was interesting, that in a situation like that, where you might have an adrenaline surge because you were actually operating in a dangerous situation, it helped remind him of the good aspects of the work he did in the army or in the military. And that was another good reason to get involved. Do you have any comment on that?
Oh, I completely agree. I mean, we create the best aspects of the military, but it's not the military. You're still serving, you're still helping people, but it's okay to go and lay down at lunchtime, and no one's going to yell at you. And it is that in disaster environment and rescue environment. And it goes back to what Darren Chester said, the best transitions he's seen out of a uniform is into another uniform, whether it be through rescue or through DRA or through something else.
Mr. Singleton, any matters arising? Or Mr. Fordham?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Just one question and then a bit of housekeeping. Mr. Evans, following up from what Commissioner Douglas asked you the first time, have you or DRA got any arrangements with any state authorities to work in a formal context?
We're in the state disaster management arrangements in South Australia, certain jurisdictions in Queensland, on our way in New South Wales. It just depends on the jurisdiction. So it's generally not an issue because we work in recovery, but the short answer is we're also in the state disaster management arrangements in Western Australia. So we're making our way around just after each operation.
Yes, thank you. Before I attend to the housekeeping, might Mr. Evans be excused?
Yes. Again, thank you, Mr. Evans. You're excused from the summons to appear.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Two matters of housekeeping. The first is I propose to tender the 4 large diagrams that we used in the course of the presentation, and they're all marked with green ink now, so there may be some technological issues about putting numbers on them, but I do tender them. The second matter is to put on the record, mainly for convenience, but cross-referencing if the need ever arose, the PowerPoint images that appeared on the screens. There were 7 of them, 6 of which had a title, and in the sequence in which they were displayed, those titles were Why Disaster, A Model of Continued Service, Transferable Skills, Uniquely Skilled, Our Impact, and Final Themes and Sub-Themes. And the final slide had a quotation from a DRA veteran dated the 15th of March 2022. Commissioners, that's it for today. No further evidence in this. For this session, I believe there'll be a short break before some closing remarks.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Singleton. There's nothing arising, Mr. Fordham?
No, Your Honour. Thank you. Sorry, Commissioner.
We're going to adjourn for 10 minutes and then we'll return for the closing of the session. Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission is now adjourned until 2:50. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Mr. Gray.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, may I make a couple of housekeeping points before Mr. Connor makes closing remarks on behalf of Council Assisting. The housekeeping points relate to two issues of parliamentary privilege that have been raised by our friend Mr. Fordham, Counsel for the Commonwealth. There are two documents to which Mr. Fordham has submitted parliamentary privileges apply, with the effect that those documents can't in effect be used in the Royal Commission. They are the ANAO report of 2021, which was tendered in hearing block 1, INQ 000000011209, and it was given the exhibit number 010112. And secondly, the document which we've been describing as an updated government response of January 2020 to recommendations. I attempted to tender that in hearing block 2, and Mr. Fordham raised concerns about it, and we agreed to defer the tender. And the document code is STU 0002 0001 0151, and it's not yet tendered into evidence. Firstly, with respect to the ANAO report, can I say that counsel assisting have considered carefully the issues that Mr Fordham's raised about that report, and in our submission, in contradistinction to the issues that are different issues that are raised with respect to the updated government response document, the ANAO report does attract parliamentary privilege in our submission, or at least there's a significant risk that it does, and that has certain consequences. On the 7th of March, day one of this hearing, I sought to display parts of that report on screens in the hearing room. You may recall that, Commissioners, and that would have entailed their publication via the Commission's webcast. And I sought to ask questions based on the materials so displayed of Miss Gregg. And Mr Fordham indicated that the report was the subject of a claim of parliamentary privilege, and discussion then ensued, as you may recall, Commissioners, and it led to suggestions such as paraphrasing what's in the document as a question and merely showing it to the witness rather than publishing the document or identifying its author. And the passage of transcript of my examination of Miss Gregg, which involved these exchanges, is at pages 1417 to 1420. We at Counsel Assisting have reflected on whether the copy of the ANAO report tendered into evidence right back in hearing block 1 is or isn't within the scope of proceedings in Parliament. That's a technical term. Proceedings in Parliament, as that expression is used in section 16 of the Parliamentary Privileges Act 1987 of the Commonwealth. And on reflection, we now acknowledge and submit to you, Commissioners, that there is an unacceptable risk that it is, that is that the ANAO report is within the scope of that defined term, proceedings in Parliament, or at least that it might be. And that means it cannot be used for any of the 3 purposes prohibited in section 16, subsection 3, paragraphs A, B or C of that Act, the Parliamentary Privileges Act. Section 16.3, picking up paragraph C, relevantly provides to the effect that it is not lawful for evidence to be tendered or received, questions asked or statements, submissions or comments made in fora that include a Royal Commission concerning proceedings in Parliament by way of or for the purpose of, and this is the important thing, C, drawing or inviting the drawing of inferences or conclusions wholly or partly from anything forming part of those proceedings in Parliament. Commissioners, we are not and will not be inviting you to draw inferences or conclusions wholly or partly from anything forming part of the ANAO report. And in light of section 16, it is important that you not do so. Further, we are not and will not be inviting you to draw any inferences or conclusions from those passages of my examination of Miss Gregg on 7 March that referred to the ANAO report, and it is important again for you not to draw any such inferences or conclusions from those passages either. Commissioners, out of an abundance of caution, we now seek to withdraw the tender of the ANAO report and for it to be removed from the list of exhibits in the Royal Commission to eliminate any risk of inferences or conclusions being drawn from it inadvertently by the Royal Commission. Commissioners, in contradistinction to the position I've just outlined on the ANAO report, when it comes to the second document I mentioned, the updated government response document of January 2020, in our submission, the issues are very different, and we do not respectfully agree with our friend Mr Fordham that there's any material risk of a breach of section 16 of the Parliamentary Privileges Act in respect of the uses we intend for that document. There have been exchanges of written submissions on these matters, as the Commissioners know. Mr Fordham provided a submission bearing the date 14 March, which we received on the 15th of March. We responded to that submission on the 16th of March, and Mr. Fordham and his junior have now provided a reply submission today. I think that reply submission's only recently reached you, and that is where the matter of our deferred tender of the updated government response document lies. The Commissioners, please.
I'm grateful to my learned friend for that approach. The thing I should raise is that I think in Tuesday's tender list there was another reference to, it was either an ANAO report or an Auditor General's report. I can't remember which off the top of my head, and the tender was not pressed at that point. And so I'd ask my friend to consider that document to see whether or not the concession that he's made applies to it. And obviously he'll need time to do that. It hasn't been tendered at this point. I apologise that the submissions that I put in reply only reached you recently, but obviously you'll need time to look at those. If I can perhaps, in relation to the response document, if we'll call it that, just deal with one particular issue, and that is this. My friend is at pains to point out that it's not being tendered for the purpose, if I put it that way, of questioning the recommendations or the Senate report, but query why it is being tendered in the sense that if it is that the government's reaction to it, one way or the other, is to be analysed by you and the subject of comment, that invites and necessitates an inference as to whether or not the recommendation was good, bad or indifferent, and that is where we say the problem lies. I won't take it any further than that. You have my written submissions. Commissioners, if you require the authorities mentioned in those written submissions, I can forward those to you electronically.
That might be helpful, but I can navigate my way around most databases, I think. So if I do need help, I'll seek it. I'm pretty sure I can get them.
I assumed as much, but thought I should offer.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fordham. Mr. Connor.
Commissioners, during this hearing block, you've heard from 5 lived experience witnesses. I'll say something about each of those lived experience witnesses towards the end of these closing remarks. Commissioners, in this hearing block, you also heard from Commonwealth witnesses, including high-level persons from the Australian Defence Forces and the Department of Defence. Commissioners, you also heard from high-level persons from the Department of Veterans Affairs. Commissioners, you also heard from a number of experts in this hearing. As the Commissioners well know, in June 2019, the Productivity Commissioners produced a very substantial report containing many important recommendations. It's now more than 2.5 years since that report and those recommendations came to light. Commissioners, you're also very familiar, it's been the subject of numerous references in this Royal Commission to Dr. Boss. There's a report in September 2021, also containing many recommendations. Operator, might you display recommendation 4.1 of the Productivity Commissioners, please? Now, this seems to be a very important recommendation, Commissioners, from Productivity Commissioners' report, and contains a fundamental matter, of course. The overarching objective of the veteran support system should be to improve the well-being of veterans and their families,
including by minimising the physical, psychological and social harm from service, and taking, most importantly, a whole-of-life approach. 17.4 then goes on to identify 5 ways that it might be achieved, then refers, 4.1, if we could return to 4.1. Please, operator. Commissioners, 4.1. Sorry, I'll speak to 4.1. The overarching objective should be to improve the wellbeing and taking a whole-of-life approach. Then ways that might be achieved, 5 items, principles, 7 principles referred to, and then the final segment, the objectives and underlying principles should be set out in relevant legislation. Operator, might you now show 17.4, please? This is a related recommendation by the Productivity Commissioners, a new veteran mental health strategy. Might you display the bottom half of the page, please, operator? And as is well known to the Commissioners, the Departments of Defence and Veteran Affairs, with input from the Prime Minister Advisory Council on Veterans' Mental Health, should urgently develop a single new strategy for veterans' lifetime mental health. And then a number of items that should be covered. And then at the foot of the 17.4, oversight. In this case, part of the recommendation was that the new strategy should be overseen by the National Mental Health Commission. Now, as we know, Commissioners, the Department of Veterans Defence and Veteran Affairs have not yet developed a single strategy for veterans' lifetime mental health, adopting the whole-of-life approach, if I may add that piece. We are told that this will emerge in 2024 as a single strategy. In the meantime, Commissioners, we have the Department of Defence's Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy, 2018 to 2023. This was issued in October 2017, a period of time before the Productivity Commissioners' report. Then, subsequent to the Productivity Commissioners' report in June 2019, the Department of Veterans Affairs issued its strategy, a separate strategy titled Veteran Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy and National Action Plan 2020 to 2023. Now, that was the subject of some examination during the course of this hearing block. This strategy, plainly strategies and action plans are very important primary documents in the proper operation of systems. Might I turn to another major idea, and it concerns the numbers of deaths by suicide amongst serving and ex-serving members of the Australian Defence Force. Commissioners, as you well appreciate, very important work is being carried out by the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, AIHW, concerning deaths by suicide of serving and ex-serving members of the Defence Force. It's a work in progress. Probably didn't start till 2015, and there are many things, it seems, not yet done. Critically, the AIHW's work depends on it being properly funded to carry out its work. This, of course, is both in terms of identifying the number of deaths by suicide of veterans and defence members, and also in exploring the surrounding circumstances of the deaths to see what learnings, what information can be derived from those tragic deaths, and what lessons can be learned, and how can the situation be improved, in what ways. Commissioners, you heard in this hearing block from Mr Matthew James and Ms Louise Gates from the AIHW. Mr James is the Deputy Chief Executive Officer. Ms Gates has substantial experience in this area, that is veterans and defence members dying by suicide. She's worked for 3 years on that project, Now, we heard from AIHW about its funding system, and it's a fee for service essentially. The $33 million of the appropriation to AIHW is otherwise utilised. There's no spare money within AIHW to use it to investigate deaths by suicide of defence members and veterans. So far, it's the Department of Veterans Affairs that's been providing the funding for this work. There's, according to Ms Gates, been no funding yet provided by the Department of Defence. We saw some that it may be under discussion. It arises from time to time, but it hasn't happened. It seems that more can be done here, and that is particularly by AIHW, properly funded, to investigate both the numbers of deaths by suicide and the circumstances in which those deaths have occurred, as I've said, to learn more. One wonders, perhaps, why AIHW was not commissioned earlier than it was, perhaps in 2015, 2016, to do the work that it's carried out over the last few years concerning defence members and veterans dying by suicide. Now, I'd like to next turn to what is known and not known about the numbers of deaths by suicide of serving and ex-serving Defence Force members. And of course, it goes back in terms of people who have served us, served our country in many, many conflicts in different ways, from Korea through and onwards. Now, we heard from Ms Hancock and Mr James about how the DVA becomes aware of deaths by suicide amongst veterans. And it seems a little ad hoc, perhaps, a little, seems as though it could be better. Ms Hancock said we can be advised in many different ways. We get advice from families, from ex-service organisations, sometimes from rehab consultation, usually by telephone to the department. So how can DVA find out in a better and faster way of deaths by suicide amongst the veterans population? But very significantly, DVA probably only has interconnects at present with perhaps half of the veteran population. So there's possibly 320,000 veterans out there who are not presently being followed in a close way by either Defence or the Department of Veterans Affairs. Ms Hancock was able to tell us that this year, that is 2022, there have been 9 deaths of veterans dying by suicide. That's come to the attention of the department, an AIHW. It is, of course, it's not yet known from Defence how many members of defence have died by suicide in 2022. Some numbers may be available from the Defence Suicide Database, but a significant aspect of the Defence Suicide Database is it only covers permanent members. So we have a very large reservist population, and we've seen other references to the numbers of deaths amongst the reserve group, but that currently is not in the Defence Suicide Database. We don't really know why that's not being covered. We heard the Defence Suicide Database was established in 2014. We wonder why it wasn't established earlier than this. We know that it purports to go back to 1 January 2001. Now, we heard evidence from Rear Admiral Sharkey, the Surgeon General of the Australian Defence Force, about significant present problems amongst Defence Force members. We heard that on average, at any one time, 39 members of the Defence Force are being managed by Joint Health Command with suicidal ideation. So that's a significant matter, and one hopes that they're being very well managed, and it's not only the suicidal ideation. We're told by Rear Admiral Sharkey, there's at any one point in time, the Defence Force is managing another 27 members who have made a suicide attempt. So there's things happening at present, and we don't know how far those numbers go back, but that's a current position. So it's an important fact that needs to be close attention. When we heard from, we've been told by the DVA witnesses about the 2020 and the 2021 numbers that are available to them. Commissioners, there were 59 deaths of veterans by suicide in 2021, and that's known to the DVA. Now, we've heard of how the DVA finds out, and that seems to be a limited process that may well have some holes in it. So 59 deaths by suicide in 2021. They, of course, have not yet become the subject of the AIHW analysis. We're told by the DVA witnesses that there were 47 deaths by suicide of veterans known to the DVA in 2020, who died by suicide in 2020. And as I've said, we don't yet know the numbers about serving members. Some may be on the Defence Suicide Database. We know that reservists won't be on the Defence Suicide Database, only permanent. Now, we were told that amongst that, on the Defence Suicide Database, there are 155 deaths of serving members, that is excluding reserves, in the period between 1 January 2001 and 10 March 2022. Now, Ms. Gates told us that from AIHW that each year there are some that are not in the Defence Suicide Database but are in the AIHW data. And Ms. Gates said it is a fairly large number. Now, that's a transcript page 3-1634, lines 11 to 13. So if Ms Gates is correct, there seems to be a great disparity or some disparity between the information that AIHW has about deaths by suicide of defence members and the Defence Suicide Database. And I again stress that the Defence Suicide Database does not presently, we understand, cover reservists, a very important population, and we don't really know why. Commissioners, I've informed you of the number of deaths amongst veterans this year, 9. The number, so far as is known to the Department of Veterans Affairs, 59 in 2021 and 49 in 2020. Operator, might you display table 1? Commissioners, we've seen this table a number of times, and this emerges from the AIHW data. And of course, we see the important information on this. And they've taken it back, of course, to 9 people serving 1 day after 1 January 1985, who died by suicide between 1 January 2001 and 31 December 2019. And we see a total there of 1,273. And we see the total ex-serving of 1,062. One sees, for example, if one looks at row 3, the total ex-serving deaths and the total serving deaths. So one sees 159 serving deaths. That's a total in that period, I think 15-year period from 2001 to 2015. But one sees serving permanent and serving reserve. So there's substantial numbers amongst the reserve population. Operator, might you display table 2, please? Now one sees here, this table displays the total number of Australians who have served at least 1 day since 1 January 1985. And that was as at 31 December 2019. And the AIHW witnesses confirmed that this is accurate from their perspective. So a total number of almost 373,500 have served, and then just over 358,000 are still are happily alive. Permanent 59,000, reserve 38,700, ex-serving nearly 261,000. Now, sadly, approximately 15,500 have died, but it is significant to have this basic number laid out, that amongst that 15,500, 1,273 people died by suicide, and that is 1,800 people amongst this cohort. Now, Commissioners, we heard from Ms Gates that they were able to explore deaths between 1996 and 2000 and they thought that what would emerge there would be fairly solid data about the number of deaths by suicide, and they were in the process of doing that, and that would be data from 1996 through to 2000 about the number of deaths by suicide in that period of time, and that information, Ms Gates said, will be available to the Royal Commission in a week or so. AIHW is also doing exploring the deaths between 1985 to 1995, that 11-year period, that will also become available shortly, but it will be incomplete. But there'll be some numbers there. Now, there's also, before 1985, we've got two big gaps there. They're not being included in any of the current assessment or following of the deaths by suicide. So a population that's just not looked at. So it's a very substantial population that are just not being looked at. So that's those who have not who last served before 1 January 1985. So there's just no present information about deaths by suicide within that group. And that goes through to this year, last year, the previous year, the 2001 to 2019 years. So it's a population that's not presently being looked at as we understand it. Now, Ms. Gates was asked whether there has been any discussion with the DVA about AIHW doing something for the more than half the people who didn't serve. That is about 320,000, it's estimated, in that group. And Ms. Gates said, yes, so each year we've produced those results. We discuss with the DVA the sort of things that have either come up through our engagement with veterans or other people as to who things they want to include in a new report. The veterans prior to 1985 comes up always as something that people would like to look at, but it needs funding for that to be done. And it ought to be done with relative urgency. Now, that's a transcript, page 3-1630, over the page to page 3-1631. Now, Commissioners, you also heard from, as I've said, from experts, and I'll say something very quickly about the experts that you've heard from this week. You heard on Tuesday of last week from Professor Megan Mackenzie. Professor Mackenzie is the current Simons Chair in International Law and Human Security at Simon Fraser University, Canada, and an expert in military suicide and military sexual violence. Professor Mackenzie spoke about some of the challenges of data collection with respect to both suicide and sexual violence within the Defence Forces, both in Australia and internationally. With respect to the deaths by suicide, Professor Mackenzie spoke about how data collection is only very recent, both in Australia and internationally. Secondly, she spoke of the difficulty in the way that data is collected across countries, and it's evident in Australia. Professor Mackenzie stated that both these problems, in her words, made it difficult to understand trends over the long term. One must understand the position to be able to address it. Professor Mackenzie spoke about how one of the biggest data gaps for the Australian Defence Force is around suicide rates for female service members, and that some of the explanation for those suicides is not clear. Now will need to be explored. Professor Mackenzie is of the view that there is quite a lot of research to help understand why suicide rates might be higher for female service members. So I think we've seen that's compared with the general population, age matched. There's, I think it's a 2.27 times number. Now, Professor Mackenzie, in speaking about military sexual violence, agreed with the proposition that defence members who experience sexual violence within defence are at an increased risk of suicide and or suicidality. Professor Mackenzie said that researchers with the US Department of Veterans Affairs found men with a history of military sexual trauma were 70% more likely than fellow veterans without such experience to die by suicide. Excuse me, Commissioner. And women veterans with military sexual trauma are more than twice as likely as other female veterans to die by suicide. Professor Mackenzie spoke of some of the challenges with data collection, also spoke of the challenges but yet benefits of using surveys and incident reports. As Professor Mackenzie said to you commissioners, I can't imagine how you would solve a problem that you don't understand the nature of yet. Commissioners, you heard from Associate Professor Pisani on Thursday, 10th of March. You are aware of his position. Professor Pisani is the founder of Safe Side Prevention, and you heard about that. And it focuses on a number of things. Professor Pisani emphasised a number of significant things that will the commissioners are aware of. Professor Pisani also spoke of the significance of proper data measurement, and then on the top of that, then you're in a position to have continuous, ongoing quality improvement. I've heard it said somewhere, your data is the new oil, and there are various processes that when one looks at that expression and what's done can be done with data to learn and then note, examine, analyse, and then improve. And commissioners, you heard about that the Departments of Defence and the Department of Veteran Affairs are connecting with Professor Pisani in various ways. There's also the Wingman Connect. Professor Pisani spoke about the population-orientated preventive interventions and gave you some information about the nature of that program. Today, commissioners, you heard from Professor Maple and Dr. Carl Andreasen. And it's so recent, I won't go into this in any detail. Valuable evidence, nuanced evidence, subtle evidence. And that's a quality that when people start to deeply think about this, they see the complexity, they see the requirement for nuance and subtlety. Commissioners, you've also heard from Mr. Evans, and I won't say anything about Mr. Evans. He was only here moments ago. Commissioners, may I now turn to the lived experience witnesses that you've heard during this hearing block. You heard from 5 lived experience witnesses. Before I do, it's important, Commissioners, to repeat what we've said previously about the purposes for which we've been calling lived experience evidence. It's very important to hear from the lived experience of people. It's called to give you insight, commissioners, into the perspectives of veterans with experience of suicidality and suicide. That they relate to what has happened during their defence service and perhaps afterwards. We've not called this evidence, commissioners, to invite you to make any specific findings or objective fact about the events these witnesses have described. Where necessary, references to other people involved in those events have been de-identified and lived experience witnesses have not been cross-examined. we've not set out to test where the events actually occurred exactly as the witnesses perceived them, but to focus on the factors subjectively felt by them to have contributed to defence and veteran suicidality and deaths by suicide. Commissioners, last Tuesday, 8th of March, you heard from Ms. Danielle Wilson, and Ms. Wilson gave evidence of her personal experiences during her service in the Royal Australian Navy. That was during the years 1987 to 1990. Ms. Wilson told the Commission that she'd been sexually assaulted, sexually harassed, physically assaulted and verbally assaulted. Ms. Wilson was 18 years old when she said she was sexually assaulted. The Commission heard that Ms. Wilson said that the sexual assault, she says she suffered from that assault. She says she was told someone and was told, suck it up, don't worry about it. Ms. Wilson spoke of the immediate impact she says the abuse had on her at the time, particularly on her mental health. She spoke of how she experienced suicidal thoughts, of how she was alone with no support, she had no one to talk to about what was happening to her, and how she was a long way away from any family and felt completely empty, alone, and like no one cared, and about what would happen to her. She spoke of the long-lasting effects the abuse she spoke of had on her life. Ms. Wilson said the abuse occurred, as I've said, between 1987 to 1990. And then in 2020, she made a formal complaint to the Commonwealth Defence Ombudsman. That's some 30 years later. She did speak of a positive experience with the Commonwealth Defence Ombudsman complaint process and that the significance of being heard in that way. Ms. Wilson told the Royal Commissions that, in her view, she considers the treatment of women in the Navy during her time of service to have been, in the word she used, was atrocious. Ms. Wilson went on to say that she felt like women did not belong. This is from her time. She felt that women were not wanted and that women were treated differently. And she suggested something to the commissioners that more training of ADF personnel in the area of sexual harassment and sexual assault. Commissioners, you heard the next day, Wednesday, 9th of March, from SYD4. Again, a person from the Royal Australian Navy, and he gave his account of what he just spoke of as belittling, hazing and a punitive approach of his superiors. He told the Commissioner he was forced to dive to the bottom of the ocean, which is about 6 metres deep, to grab some mud and come back up again. He said he had failed to do this, he had to do this over and over again until his supervisor was satisfied. He suffered an injury, he says, a grade 4 barrow trauma. He spoke of the fear of being taken off course and this would impact on him and his family. He spoke about how this fear would prevent him and others from seeking treatment for the injuries. He spoke of how others would self-medicate to deal with the pain, to prevent being taken off away from the course. He said, from his perception, that from being sick was seen as a weakness, and macho comments were made if someone needed to go to the sick bay, like, harden up, princess. He spoke about how he'd lost a number of colleagues to suicide. He spoke of anonymous allegations being made against him. Commissioners, on Monday of this week, you heard from Mr. Kyle Hose, and he gave evidence of mistreatment and of abuse, including sexual abuse as an army recruit when he was aged only 15 to 16. and was placed in it with a cohort of apprentices where he's noticeably smaller, stature and a little younger. He gave evidence about these harrowing experiences in the 1980s in a clear and courageous way, giving the Royal Commission insights into the risk factors for defence members. To name just a few of the issues that arose from Mr Hose's account, his evidence showed how a cycle of bullying and belittling can develop and can escalate into the most serious form of physical and sexual abuse. He spoke of, his evidence also shows how easy it is for a culture of silence about abuse to persist in military groups. So the silence must end. His evidence highlights the significance of connection with trusted peers and senior colleagues and the risks of isolation and disconnection from contact with trusted peers. So those relationships of trust and having faith in another person, trust in another person, confidence in the connection with another person must be encouraged in some way, built in some way of doing that. Mr Hose endured physical assaults that led to damage to his breast tissue and surgery that he's had to have, he says, leaving him disfigured. He wonders whether he was adequately advised. The theme of lack of support is, to Mr Hose's, no way limited just to this. In many aspects of Mr Hose's account of his service experience, there seem to be numerous lost opportunities to check on him, to understand what he was going through and to do something to help. After the escalations in his mistreatment, he explained his behaviour and his trade skills noticeably deteriorated. One can possibly understand that, how that might be happening, to the point where his peers gave him an ironically intended award, which Mr Howe has kept to this day. Mr Hose explained how he became suicidal from the impact of experiences as a recruit and became involved in drug use. The manner of Mr Jose's discharge from the Army for a drug offence also had a profound adverse effect on him and his relationship with his father. He raised concerns about the way in which his discharge was done and how it caused a disconnection from any available social support amongst his peers and his original mentor in the Army, his platoon drill sergeant. Over many years since his discharge, Mr Hose has survived suicidality and self-harm, drug use, and what he described as disconnection from his family. His account to the Royal Commission concluded on an uplifting note of hope and healing and a dedication to the many people who've had a positive impact on him and whose influences have, with his faith in God, enabled him to rebuild his life. Commissioners, you heard this week from Miss Colleen Pillen, the mother of Private Michael Powers, who died by suicide in October 2007. Private Powers was enlisted in the Australian Army in January 2014. Miss Pillen told us from her perspective, her son was enthusiastic and committed. He was successful, completing specialist training and receiving recognition for his skills, and he was enjoying his life in the Army. In around mid-2016, however, as Ms. Pillen put it, cracks began to appear. Private Powers had been transferred to a new unit, and Ms. Pillen says she began to experience incidents from his perspective developed into bullying. Private Powers did not disclose all of these matters to his mother, but he did at various points disclose some of them, and some of them are discussed in Ms. Pillen's written statement. By the end of 2016, when Private Powers took leave for about 5 weeks, he was displaying aggression and was otherwise not as he'd previously been. He was becoming anxious, he was becoming distressed, especially as the period of leave neared its end. Private Powers returned to his unit in late January and within days presented himself in distress. He was hospitalised on psychiatric grounds and the process of administrative discharge was begun. He was discharged from the Army in April. Throughout 2017, Private Powers suffered from depressive and other symptoms. After his discharge, it was hard for Private Powers to maintain employment. He found himself in financial difficulty, understandably. Apart from receiving ADF funding to undertake a fitness instruction course, he did not receive financial support from the ADF or the Department of Veterans Affairs. Private Powers' difficulties and distress grew. He appeared to contribute to the end of his relationship with his girlfriend. Meanwhile, he was seen by some psychiatrists, but Miss Pillen said that the level of care was unsatisfactory from her perspective and ineffective from her perspective. Ms. Pillen also said that that neither she nor her son received any proactive support from the ADF or DVA, and any such support that they obtained was arranged by them. Later, Ms. Pillen did receive counselling, which she found useful. From a chance encounter, Ms. Pillen learned that had Private Powers been medically, not administratively discharged, then better and more prompt support would have been available from the DVA. And we heard from the DVA witnesses about the process of contacting people who are discharged. And we heard about being discharged on medical grounds and being discharged for substance or alcohol abuse. One approach is adopted, and in other cases, there's no phone call, there's a letter that's sent, and no other contact made. And the Department of Veterans Affairs spoke of the people who gave evidence very much wish to be able to make personal contact with people leaving the Australian Defence Force and checking things out, but they don't have the resources presently to do so. Ms. Pillen tried to change the circumstances, but Private Powers died in October 2017, about 8 months after his discharge from hospital. Only 6 months after he was discharged from the Defence Forces, and apparently without real supports. Commissioners, you heard today from SY5, and SY5 gave a disturbing account of her time in the ADF. Certain and significant aspects of SY5's lived experience are confidential. Her account is nevertheless a salient reminder of the influence that administrative systems can have over the direction of a person's life. Bureaucratic processes and the impact on the human, and the absence, perhaps, of authentic human connection. Due to administrative delays and complications, SY5 took 3 years to complete her initial employment training. She was then posted to a particular regiment where she faced constant bullying. She said she faced constant bullying and harassment. Her attempts to leave the regiment were unsuccessful. With her career options limited, SY5 decided to discharge from the Army. However, her request to do so, she says, was denied, and she subsequently challenged the decision. However, the challenge and also her complaints, she said, of bullying went unanswered. SY5 also pursued other avenues of redress, but she says all to no avail. Unsurprisingly, perhaps the impact on SY5's mental well-being, her mental health, her state of mind was significant. And she relocated to Darwin on medical leave. SY5 was then medically discharged. After being discharged, her mental health continued to decline, she says. Sadly, her suicidal ideation became commonplace. With substantial effort on her part, SY5's mental health has improved to the point where she's now able to return to work in a new role. However, the impact of SY5's mental health from a time in the ADF is substantial, and let's hope it's not lasting, and let's hope it can be managed, and that she returns to a better and prolonged sense of well-being. SY5 continues to engage with mental health professionals. In her statement, she powerfully expresses her hope that she does not become yet another veteran who has died by suicide. We, as with all these people who've had the suffering difficulties, we join staff of the Royal Commissioners joins in that hope, and including in relation to SY5. Commissioners, as is plain, this Commission is attending to and engaging with voices of lived experience. I speak directly to people with lived experiences. As the Commissioners have said on a number of occasions, the Royal Commission wants to hear your voice. The Commission openly and warmly invites you to please come forward and engage with the Royal Commission. Now, Commissioners, as is well known and we've said on previous occasions, and I think is becoming widely known, the Royal Commission staff include skilled counsellors. So if one is experiencing any difficulties out there, contact them and they can direct you where to seek support. And if you wish to engage with the Royal Commission, the Commissioners' counsellors are available and will support you in that process. We've not previously mentioned this matter, but there is an important assistance that's being provided to people who wish to engage with the Royal Commission. That's provided by the Defence and Veterans Legal Service. It's a legal aid organisation. It's free. It is independent. That is, it is independent of the Royal Commission. It's independent of the Department of Defence. It's independent of the Department of Veteran Affairs. They will provide confidential legal support and advice to those taking part in the Royal Commission. More information can be found at www.defenceveteranlegalservice.org.au or by calling 1800 33 1800. Now, Commissioners, we've mentioned on a number of occasions the significance of the kind of language that's used, the imagery that's used in this whole area. And might I remind everyone of the Mindframe site and the Roses in the Ocean site, where one can look at and learn from what is stated in those places. We need a change. That's the whole of the population needs a change about the way we've been speaking and conversing about this matter, about suicidality, about and death by suicide. Language matters, imagery matters, and I think we're all learning, as all members of your staff, Commissioners, have learned some things in the period that we've been engaged in this process. We thank the witnesses who have given evidence in hearing block 3. That concludes the closing address of the Counsellor Assisting.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Before I close proceedings, there's one matter we wish to deal with. We commissioners want to acknowledge today's National Close the Gap Day, which aims to achieve equality in Indigenous health by 2030. We know Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples are tragically overrepresented in deaths by suicide in Australia. We also know from the AIHW reports that First Nations peoples are also included in defence and veterans' deaths by suicide. We want to acknowledge the strength and leadership of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and their important contribution to the ADF. We honour your service. If there are Indigenous defence members or veterans who wish to speak to the Royal Commission, you should know we want to hear from you and learn from your experiences. I'll now proceed to a closing address for the proceedings. As this hearing comes to a close, we want to reflect on the past 2 weeks and announce the dates and location for the next 3 public hearings. Thank you to everyone, as Mr. Connor said, who contributed to this hearing. We've now identified gaps in a number of issues, including suicide reporting data, concerns about military culture, issues around sexual assault, and we've heard how unique suicide prevention efforts could be implemented in a military setting. For the first time, we heard publicly from the Chiefs of the Australian Army, Navy and Air Force, Lieutenant General Rick Burr, Vice Admiral Michael Noonan and Air Marshal Mel Hupfeld. The information before us suggests that cultural problems still exist in the ADF, despite the important work each service and the ADF as a whole is doing to address consistently high rates of suicide. This isn't a problem of the past. Each of the Defence Chiefs told us they're working to stamp out unacceptable cultures and behaviours. We know from the accounts of lived experience witnesses that cultural issues within Defence, hazing, bullying, sexual and physical assaults, fear of the consequences of jacking on your mates, fear of reporting by victims, to name a few, are factors that they perceive contribute to suicide. We've heard that careers and lives can come to a premature end, in part because of unacceptable culture. We've also identified another issue that requires careful consideration. My fellow commissioners and I are concerned the application of the Parliamentary Privileges Act is restricting our capacity to conduct our inquiry according to our terms of reference as we would wish and as the public would expect. And as we heard from Mr. Gray a little bit earlier, prior to and during this hearing block, the Commonwealth submitted that some documents constitute proceedings in Parliament for the purposes of Section 16 of the Act. To the extent that there's a dispute between Counsel Assisting and Counsel for the Commonwealth, we will make a ruling about these matters in due course. But the Parliamentary Privileges Act raises an issue of significant concern for the Royal Commission. The letters patent direct us, for the purposes of our inquiry and recommendations, to have regard to the findings and recommendations of previous relevant reports and inquiries. Some of these reports include significant research and insight directly and critically relevant to our deliberations. These reports have been tabled in Parliament, but they have also been published on various government websites and are available to be read by millions of people. Yet the Parliamentary Privileges Act severely limits the use we can make of findings and recommendations of previous parliamentary committee reports and other reports deemed to be proceedings in Parliament. This diminishes our capacity to meet our terms of reference and deliver the outcomes the community should rightly expect. We are not the first Royal Commission to raise this issue. We will be writing to the parliamentary officers and to the government, asking them to take action. If necessary, we intend to recommend an appropriate amendment of the Parliamentary Privileges Act. This would allow this Royal Commission and future Royal Commissions to consider relevant findings and recommendations in parliamentary reports and inquiries for appropriate purposes. Finally, we again want to commend the lived experience witnesses who have shown great courage, and we encourage any serving or former member of the ADF who has lived experience relevant to the Royal Commission to come forward. We want to hear from you. The next public hearing will be in Canberra from the 4th of April And we're also pleased to announce proposed hearings in Townsville from the 20th of June and in Hobart from the 25th of July. I think that is all, and we will now adjourn until April the 4th.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now adjourned until Monday, the 4th of April, 2022.